Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Data Sim live stream. Today it's the 20th of December 2025. It's 5 minutes past 10 in the evening here in the United Kingdom. Back in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 in the PMDG 737 for another overnight long-haul sector. Now, what makes this quite special is I have ordered a brand new PC which arrives on Monday, and I wanted to do one more epic stream on my existing PC which I've had for 4 years. It's served me incredibly well. But I am moving on to a new era on the channel. My new Chillblast PC arrives with 5090 and lots of RAM and lots of AMD chips and all sorts. You know, I don't know a thing about PCs, but yes, what better way of doing it than in the PMDG 737, which was finally released on Thursday for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. And we're doing a ferry flight today. We're flying from Boeing Field, very close to where the 737 is built. This is where it typically flies to before it's then delivered to the airline. So today we're flying from Boeing Field to Dublin. This is used by Ryanair, one of the largest 737 operators in Europe, and the route we're flying is the exact route we fly, because it's a non-ETOPS certified aircraft, so we have to fly within an hour's flying time of an diversion airport for the entire sector. So flight time 9 hours 45 minutes. If you've missed any of my previous overnight long haul streams, what happens is we'll get airborne, I'll go to sleep after an hour and a half, 2 hours into the stream, come back after 7-8 hours, perform the landing, but we'll run the entire thing live time, live weather, and yeah, like I said, nice time to do the last sector. Now, you might have noticed I sound incredibly croaky. I have a terrible cold. I've been in the sim all week, which is fine for the sim. I'm meant to be flying tomorrow, and at the moment I can't clear my ears, so I'll have to see if I get a good night's sleep. But yeah, sorry for the croakiness I'm getting on the headset. I'll do my best to avoid coughing within the headphones as best as possible. Anyway, I purchased some scenery for this scene. This is the Chillblast Designs Boeing Field scenery. Very nice. It's on 40% discount at the moment. In fact, look, it's an Alpaca Airways aircraft over there. We're live on VATSIM, of course. Yeah, and it cost me like £6 on the 40% sale. And we're right outside the Museum of Flight, where I've actually been to in real life. I remember crossing this bridge when Microsoft invited me to Seattle all those years ago for the release of 2020. Very nice scenery indeed. There's the first 747 that flew. I don't know if the Speedbird Concorde was in that hangar when I went there last time, but the first ever 787 that flew is in there as well. But yeah, the Museum of Flight is nicely modelled. Anyway, let's speed up drone camera, head over to the other side of the airfield. You'll see all the Boeing aircraft ready to be delivered here. Of course, lifetime live weather. Anyway, let's have a look who we've got here in chat. Alpaca is included in the scenery. That's crazy. I think that's probably actually someone on VATSIM who's just joined. Stephen Jackson, £6, so nearly the price for coffee then. Now listen, I had absolutely no idea what PMDG were going to price their updated 737 for in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. They did say for the price for coffee. Now I don't know what the PMDG devs or where they go to buy their coffee, but it's certainly not $30. Look, would I have paid that? Absolutely, because, you know, I want to provide the most realistic 737 experience streaming, and 2024, the improvements I've had in this simulator over to 2020, for me the $30 is worth that investment. Now, there's a lot of controversy over the pricing of this. I don't know exactly how much work went into making this aircraft, according to PMDG. A lot other developers seem to do it for free of charge, and there's a small fee. I think $30 has got to be a record. Regardless of what you think, you're going to have to spend that if you've already got the 737 to use it in 2024, and for me this aircraft handles much better in 2024. Check out my circuit training video from last week where finally I found an aeroplane in 2024 with realistic secondary effects of flight controls such as rudder and yaw. So really nice crosswind takeoff techniques and landings can be made. But yes, magic golden coffee beans are worth every penny, said Stephen. Absolutely. Anyway, here we are right outside the Boeing delivery centre. Really cool seeing this here. Before you ask, I've never had the opportunity to do a delivery flight at my operator. There's only a select few that do it. I have the experience as a TRE, but it's not something I'd like to do routinely. I'd love to do it once, but maybe in the future an opportunity will come to do some delivery flights. But right now, I've got plenty of time in my career to enjoy what I'm doing right now as a TRE. Anyway, here we are. I did hope to get an Alpaca Airways liveried aircraft ready, but we couldn't find one, so we're in the stock PMDG delivery, which looks really cool anyway. We're flying as Alpaca 01 though, our operator. And it's probably been about 7 or 8 years since the last 737NG was delivered from Boeing to the last operator. In fact, anyone would find that out. I'd be interested to know which airline had the last NG delivered. But yeah, this is typically where crew would go prior to dispatching the aircraft. Airline's own crew do the delivery flight, so I don't know why there's lots of passengers here, but there you go. Look, it's a nice celebrating Boeing aircraft delivery before the crew go on to deliver their brand spanking new aeroplane. So a little bit about the flight. As I mentioned, Boeing Field to Dublin, flight time 9 hours 45 minutes. If you were to put passengers on this aircraft, you'd run out of fuel. So the ferry capacity, the range with a ferry flight is significantly increased. So SimBrief wasn't happy. Okay, here's the OFP from SimBrief. And it says here, warning, flight exceeds aircraft range. I don't know if that considers the fact that you are doing a ferry flight, because it does say operational fuel less than 900. However, I did a little test takeoff yesterday. I landed, or would have landed in Dublin with 4 tons, so it is sufficient. And if you have a look at the operational flight plan, it sort of shows you landing there with 2 tons anyway. So yeah, it should be absolutely fine. We'll find out when I wake up after my break. But yeah, 9 hours and 45 minutes. But have a look at the routing. Notice how it goes really pretty much following a great circle route. We're going to fly north straight into Canada, up towards Edmonton. I always forget the name of this bay of water. But look, this flight via Greenland and Iceland ensures that we're within 1 hour of a diversion airfield. I am not, what's the word I'm looking for, oceanic qualified at my operator. We do fly oceanic airspace, not along the organised track system, but along Tango routes down here. Theoretical training is something I've completed, but never the actual flight itself. But I was actually reading a lot of changes have been made recently regarding airspace, and you don't need to get clearance now, I think, in oceanic airspace, apart from Shamwick or something, which is living in the 20th century. But yeah, as I said, I'll be asleep for most of this. But the routing we're flying is the exact routing the Ryanair delivery flights took to Dublin as well. I think there was an aircraft recently delivered to Stansted, and I had a look, and this flight we're flying is pretty much identical. So really cool that SimBrief actually generated this flight plan to allow for a non-ETOPS certified aircraft. Anyway, have I not even said hello to anyone in chat yet? I haven't. Who have we got here? Isaac Aviation. So the last civilian 737NG built was KLM's Papa Hotel Bravo Charlie Lima. Very interesting. Hope you're doing well. Scotty too. It's completely worth it for me, considering coming from 2020. I don't feel the need for any Boris add-on either, if one should become available. Absolutely, I think the sounds have improved. I'm sure Boris will update them, and he makes some excellent sound packs regardless. Ruben, you've flown 5 sectors so far. The new 737 flight dynamics are greatly improved. Absolutely, a really nice, impressive update indeed. And look at all the facts here coming with the KLM being the last aircraft delivered. But great to see so many people in chat. Alex van der Paas, CGA48, ND Larson, Stephen Jenkinson, the almighty Snike 5878. Five and Sam, hope you're doing well. Very well, thank you. Tesca30, Astro Tim01, Adam Capek. Well, good evening, Captain. How was your day? Very well, Adam Capek21. Thank you very much, and well done today. Dark A, holla, hope you're doing well. Right, anyway, let's jump on into the cockpit of the completely cold and dark 737-800. Last stream on this PC, guys. Superb. I'm so excited for Monday. So excited. Anyway, let's just turn the music down here. Get the aircraft powered up and set up. So GPU's connected. Battery on. GPU is now on the bus. Electric hydraulic pumps on. Landing gear lever down. We have 1, 2, 3... and 4, 5, 6 green lights. We did check all the aircraft documentation. I'm getting amazing FPS with Sim Update 4 on my old PC, getting 50 FPS. I don't know if I need an upgrade or not. I hope it looks super smooth for you guys watching. Let's now do the fault and fire test. So check the squibs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fault, we have APU faults, master caution, overheat detector. Let's do the fire test. Fire warning lights. Well, overheat. And overheat detector, master caution, cancel the fire bell. For a brand new aircraft, I don't know who's been scraping the heel of their shoes on the floor, but there we are. It's a very clean cockpit, but these would really be on an older 737. Anyway, I digress. Let's go to the overhead panel. Emergency exit lights armed. Fasten the seatbelt. So we're going to take a full tank of fuel. We're going to brim the tank. So request data from SimBrief. Oh my goodness. Stephen Jenkinson, thank you very much for the 5 gifted members. That's most generous of you. Thank you very much indeed for your support. We've got loads of new members coming in here. I'm just going to turn off the alerts here for a second. Thrust set simulations, Stu Green and Ilgufu Andy Larson and Mr. Jorgit Grant. Welcome on board, guys. Someone said something about 50 FPS without frame generation. I don't think so. I've got RTX 3080 at the moment, an older card, but I don't think I've got frame generation on at all. Thank you very much, Steve Jenkinson, for your generosity there. Right, so as mentioned, the SimBrief flight plan, if I go here, this is the tank's brimmed. Can't get any more fuel in here. So 10893, and ignore the flight plan showing it has insufficient fuel. So to do that, you can go to FS Actions Fuel and just press Set Max, Set Full. There we are, 2891. I cannot get any more fuel in the tanks. It's set. I am going to use GSX though, just to start boarding myself. Oh, another update. It wasn't updated. It was updated this morning. Never mind. Anyway, request boarding. Let's use Menzies. There we are, and we'll carry on with the setup. So seatbelt signs on as we're pre-fueled. There's no passengers. Test the attend button. Flaps are up, which match the indicated position. I don't know why it's got so loud in here all of a sudden. Cargo fire test will now complete. There we are. Excellent. Forward aft fire warning light is on. Wow, has it gone so loud all of a sudden? I think I'll just turn the sim down a sec. The volume down a sec. There we are. Did I do a config warning check? I didn't. There we are. VHF 1. 2000 set. Rudder lane on trim. Check it's 3 and 0. Gear extension door. We'll attach to tug now. Circuit breakers are all in. Pop on the voice recorder. Oops. Stall warning test. Get rid of SimBrief for you. Would be nice to place some fuel canisters. Hey?
Hello, Captain.
Don't need
We
it.
are ready for pushback.
Great. IRS to nav. And then check the circuit breakers on the left-hand side. Check the safety equipment. Tech log. Aircraft is obviously brand new. No defects, as you'd expect from a brand new aeroplane. Boarding is only for the engineer relief pilots, right? Not sure. Extra free riders? I hope not. Sasha, hope you're doing well. Good evening. Are there risks? RE cold soak fuel? I think it's called due to full wings and centre. Yes. If you've
bypass pin inserted.
completed a full flight with more than 4 tons of fuel in the tanks and land, and you're in freezing conditions or even icing conditions, the risk of cold soak fuel frost is high. But sat here on the ground, first flight, 20.9 tons, and the fuel temperature is 11, plus it's 8 degrees. There'll be no ice on this wing. Perfect. Safety inspection complete. We are on VATSIM. The situation is no ATC, but I did receive an auto ATC saying there is no controller providing clearance at your airport. Please squawk 3540, which will aid controller identification if a controller was to come online. So 3540 is set. Right, safety inspection complete. So I've got the MCP on in at night time, so it's all in dark here. You can't quite see the EFIS panels, and I've got yoke cam set up. Oh, it's very dark, isn't it, in my office at the moment. Regardless, I'll press traffic on my EFIS panel to bring up the TCAS display. Press B to set the altimeter of 2989. MFRA, we'll switch this to Barrow. There we are, and we'll set an MFRA of, let's go 1,030 feet. We'll climb runway heading 4,000 feet in the event of an engine failure. MFRA 1,010, that's fine. That's all configured and set. Now it's time to load up the flight management computer. Don't forget to check the oxygen. You do a light test as well. Right then, FMC, IRS position's coming. Oh yeah, I've got quick alignment turned on. I need to turn that off. So, Boeing Field, Kilo, Bravo, Foxtrot, India, GPS left, route, flight plan request, SimBrief route. I've already loaded the fuel. The payload is empty, so set payload 42.3. I can press it, but it's exactly the same. But we'll select the route in, and that's going to save so much time, because if you actually have a look at how much I'd have to type in manually, I'd be here all day. So flight plan, view, SimBrief OFP. That's what I would have had to have typed in manually if it wasn't for the fact we can utilise ACARS to fetch the flight plan and type it manually. Gosh, I wish I had this in real life. Right, load. Thanks, West Noble. Have a safe flight. I hope you're doing well. Will this fly all the way on a full tank of fuel, or do you have to refuel somewhere? This will have the range. If it's empty, swim and climb. We'll be going straight up to 39,000 feet. Right, flight plans in. Departure runway 14 right. Ooh, what's happened here? Departure 14 right. It's a Nirvana 1. And later on, in the morning, tomorrow morning, we can expect runway 10 left in Dublin with the forecast weather. So ILS 10 left, a NEMAT arrival. NEMAT 3 Romeo via IPFAF. Route activated. I'll execute that now. If it will let me. Hey? There we go, executed. Right, zero fuel weights in, empty, 42.3 tons. Is GSX doing its thing? Oh, it's loading mine and Jim's bags. We've carried a lot of stuff, Jim. We've got a lot of Boeing 737 model aircraft from the Museum of Flight. That's done. Performance and reserves are alternatives. It's good for Liverpool. 1928, so 2 tons. Cost index, we're going to use 0. Cruising at 39,000 feet. Initially, we'll step climb to 410 when we wake up. Top of climb wind 268 at 61. There we are. Alerts. Oops, off. Right, performance then. Average wind, sorry, I need to put that in. Average wind 244 at 26. So legs, route data 244 at 26. That'll give us a more accurate en route prog information. Right, performance. Duty-free whiskey. Jim has raided the duty-free. Yeah, it was all Jim, not me. Jim's surname is Beam, so he's picked up some family brew from duty-free. I love it. Right, performance then. It's a horrible day here. Import from OFP, runway 14 right. Import data from the actual aircraft, import weather. So if we grab the METAR here, there's no ATIS available. Ooh, IFR, what's that? Only IFR charts available at this airport, roger. Oh, who's that walking over? Weather, we've got 200 at 7 gusting 15, so definitely favouring 14 right, 3 statute miles visibility, light rain, scattered 1600, broken and overcast cloud, 8 degrees altimeter, 29 at 89, remarks, something, don't understand something, never seen this, American stuff. Right, all good IMC conditions, but we could come back here in an emergency. So, performance then, calculate with that wind, we should be fine for crosswind. Yeah, crosswind components, even with the gust, is less than 10 knots. So, TO2, assumed temperature 44, we could accept. TO2, 44. Still very light for takeoff. Takeoff, flap 5, CG is in 20.5. 5.7 units. Seattle's got to be raining. Yeah, I've heard it always rains here. Actually, where's N2? Novak. This is his neck of the woods, I remember. V speeds, wet, are 39, 39, 43. I forgot to select wet, look. 30, 34, 38. Wet speeds. So we go off the OPT 30. 34, 38, and then I can set 138 on the MCP using my Wing MCP panel. Great. Happy days. Overhead panel. Yaw dampers on. Nav transfer display switch is normal auto. Fuel. We will need all 6 pumps on because I have no more space for any more fuel. Crossfeed on. Bright dim. Bright and off. That's all configured and set. Put that on. Window heat on. That's all configured and set. Trims on. Packs auto, that wants to be open, that's all set. 39,000 feet, elevation Dublin 250. Great, so setting up the MCP. Oh, it's really struggling to focus because there's no light in here. Hold on. Ooh. No, it can't focus on my, it's too dark. Let me just turn my lamp on in here. There you go. Right, there's no ATC, so I'm going to give myself a climb to 8,000 feet, which I think is on the SID. Flight director's on, master my sides, and make sure the bank angle is set to 25 degrees. And the runway QDM and courses are set to 135. So, auto brake RTO, reset fuel flow, legs for you Jim. Takeoff for me. Trim set. Radio tuning panel is set as well for the Nirvana 1 departure. There's no VOR on the airfield, so I'll just tune Seattle 16.8. Make that active. Cool. And Unicom 22.8. Happy days. We're all configured ready, guys. Oxpatrick, is it always the captain who operates the speed brake lever? It's whoever pilot flying is, Oxpatrick. Lorenzo, does your operator include dispatch landing and take-up performance on the OFP? It does. We always complete the landing dispatch calculation. Guarantee will be fine landing with an empty aeroplane in Dublin. Curtis Rich, 58 months as a member. Thanks, buddy. Hello all. Glad I could stop by on my lunch break at 2:25 in California. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for popping in. Of course, a great time for people to tune in today. Oh, yes, of course, in America. ND Larson, CTAF, it's 118.3 for KBFI. Thank you very much. And yes, Curtis, thank you for your continued support. Right, 1183. Thank you. I forgot that this thing existed. Great. Right, a little bit of a briefing then, and we're pushed back in 4 minutes on time. Old pressurisation panel on a new factory aircraft. No, it's the updated digital one, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. Whoops. Shush. No MPS scales. Anything like that. Well spotted. Right, so, briefings. Threats, the weather's not great, but it's fine for a Cat 1 ILS back into Boeing Field. We then complete a route check now because it's such a long route. Let's at least check as a gross error. Ground distance 4233, progress 4225. There you go. It's within sort of 8 miles. So we're happy with that. Fuel on arrival, even though this says insufficient fuel, is going to be 3.7, which is great because our alternate Liverpool's 2 tons. So it gives us an extra 35-40 minutes. So happy days. We've executed the route. We then do an instrument cross-check, check the time, altimeter setting indicating 30 feet, MFRA is set. It's going to be a left-hand seat takeoff, runway 14 right, flap 5, noise 2, EO SID will just climb runway track to 4,000 feet, the MSA. Emergencies, we discuss our actions in the event of a rejected takeoff and when an engine failure after V1, and our SID is the Nevada 1, which is basically climb to 700 feet, on a heading of 135, which is runway track, and then radar vectors maintain 2,000 feet initially, and then climb clearance. Now there's no ATC, so I'm going to carry on. We're going to make a left turn eventually because I don't fancy hitting Mount Rainier. There probably is a real engine outside that says turn right, but I think we'll be okay today. And then essentially, our first en route waypoint is Alpsea. So if I close this, we'll climb to around 2,000 feet and we'll do a 180-degree turn northbound to Alpsea. There we are. We have covered and briefed everything we need to do. Right then, let's now start the APU and we'll get ready for pushback. So for that, I can GSX. Waiting for your action. Open forward entry. What? Oh, have I been waiting to board? Disarm. Open. I think this is for me and Jim to get in. A passenger's boarding started. Well, it should only be 0 passengers. It'll be Jim and I. Oh, there we are. Jim, myself, and others. Who are these people? Wait, I did set it to 0 passengers. Why are all these people boarding my plane? It's a delivery flight. I think that might be the last one. Unnecessary wait. Welcome on board. I hope with my new... Oh, there's the cabin crew as well. I do hope with my new PC I'll have the option to keep GSX passengers seated in the cabin for your entertainment. Fly Engineer Airline staff will go with that. That's a good question, Swimming Club. I've never done a delivery flight. I think maybe it is just two pilots, because it's within the duty time of a 12-hour day. Alright, I think that's it. Boarding should be complete. Oh, so 8 passengers is put on randomly. Where's the 8th? But the 0 fuel weight set the aircraft to empty, so 42.3. The press call. Welcome on board the stream, guys. Anyway, 318 people watching. I hope you're all doing very well this evening on a Saturday. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. Appreciate the support. Chillblast technicians, probably. Well, my new PC is coming. Chillblast. My existing PC is Chillblast. 4 years of relatively stress-free streaming experiences. The PC certainly hasn't let me down. It's the flight simulators, but it's been great. So where is this 8th passenger? Oh, 8 out of 8 is apparently boarded. You usually get a ding, don't you? Can't see anyone yet. Well, as soon as they're done, we'll get on our way. AP's on the bus. Apron looks all clear. Nice scenery, great performance. There's a lot of people just walking around. Oh, they've gone through the door. Hello, Isaac. By the way, Captain, has the X-Plane 12 crash situation gotten better since 12.4.0? I will be installing X-Plane. I've made the decision when I get my new PC on Monday, I'm not going to copy any folders or files across. I'm going to do clean installs, including all the bindings and settings. I'm just going to have to sit down and do it again. Just in case I have any issues with X-Plane. The only things I'm copying are my documents, my Word documents, and the vPilot CSLs, the AIG models, 70 gigabytes worth. I'm not re-downloading all of that again. Stephen Jenkins has still got Auto FPS on. Probably no need for 5090 next week. Yeah, Auto FPS is on. Getting 50 FPS. Why is it taking... I'm just going to press... I think I might have missed the ding. There we are. Prepare for pushback and departure. It's been more than 2 minutes of the APU on, so APU bleed on. GSX is doing its thing. Right, close all doors. I love the sounds when you close the doors, getting quieter. That's really cool. Departure clearance requested, waiting for other services to complete. Boarding and GPU. It usually does say boarding complete, doesn't it? GSX is waiting for cargo doors. Is it? Oh, all these bags that still need to be loaded. Open all doors. Oh, I've opened the overwing exits. Oops. I'll close the overwings. We'll put that in the tech log. Alright, well, let's get the bags on and then we'll get out of here. Serene, any Auto FPS tutorial? Just download and run it. That's all you need to do. Yes, Serene Klein, that's correct. Isaac, are we hauling illegal stuff for the extra money as well, seeing that there's so much cargo that needs to be loaded? Yeah, Jib and I are packing heavy. Not light, that's for sure. We've got these aircraft needing to be delivered as well. We've got some Ryanair NGs, a lot United Maxes, Buzz, Fly Dubai. It's really cool scenery. Dandredi, to be honest, GSX lost all their appeal to me. Yeah, I think PMDG said it's not officially supported. I think with the Phoenix A320 it works really well, the integration, but this you've got to sort of set GSX off manually and do things in the PMDG separately, but as soon as these bags are loaded we'll start our pushback. Frank Byte, an aircraft with PMDG livery just looks not really very realistic. Well, of course not. My Alpaca Airways virtual airline livery isn't very realistic because it's not a real airline, but I think it's a really cool airline. And my livery painters are in the process of updating the PMDG livery for the 737 in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Cannabis is legal is in Seattle something to think about. Is that supposed to be loaded cases of cannabis? Right. Is it actually? It's in Canada cannabis for medicinal purposes only, isn't it? Daniel Dick, did you manage to register Alpaca Air's virtual airline on VATSIM? Yes, we're on our second application process. The first one was rejected because our New Sky website didn't say join or encourage you to use VATSIM. Which, in defence, it did say you need to do. However, we hadn't had the approval yet, so why would I add the VATSIM requirement? I don't know. But anyway, the request was noted why it was denied, and we've reapplied. Anyway, looks like boarding and bags are all on board. We can now prepare for pushback. Like fuel being used. Right, departure clearance requested, waiting for other services, boarding and GPU. Alright, I'll disconnect the GPU now. Close all doors. Ground services. Remove chocks.
Locking gear.
Oh, set parking brake. I think we're in business. Oops, I keep forgetting to turn that off. GPU isn't the same without the pink cable. Yes, we're getting the iFly. When's the iFly 737 MAX getting updated? Captain Clarence, would you consider doing a live stream of how you set up the sim when you get your new PC? I could consider doing that. I could do a live stream of me getting it all set up, but I don't want people seeing my personal files. So, but yeah, I'll go ahead getting it set up. Right, I now know how this works. So we want to push back, facing, where are we? So really short taxi actually. So we want the nose going right. I get it now.
Release parking brakes, please.
Alright. Air conditioning packs off, anti-collision light on. Parking brake is released.
Commencing push.
Transponder
All
off.
engines
Out
clear.
off.
Start at will.
Well, I'll push it back 6 minutes late, not bad. Sir Clyde PC specs, they are as follows. There you go. Install the personal files last could do. So those are my current specs. I'll update that as soon as I get it on Monday. If you guys want to do me a massive favour, click that link. It helps helps me out. Actually, believe it or not, someone has ordered a Chillblast PC through that link already. So massive thanks that they emailed to say they had. It was awesome. So you know, look. Only reason I say this is I've very much been given the new PC for a discount, and hopefully in the future I'll work with Chillblast to get you guys discount. At the moment I'm on a bit of a trial basis. They want to see what sort of traffic I can generate to the site, so if you click that link, even if you don't want a PC, that would be great, but if you use it to have a little play around, and even with the configurator, it will help the channel, help me out massively. Thank you. Stephen, thanks for sharing my new specs. Stephen in chat, ladies and gentlemen, helped me build my new PC along with a number of other members, so thank you all for your support. Gravy, 19 months, brand new aircraft landing gear should be in the perfect wording order. We'll see after landing in Dublin.
Please set parking brake.
Right, I better do some work. Right, parking brake set. Starting to.
Unlocking gear.
Cheer up, love. Shift's nearly finished. Excellent. N2. All pressure, N1. Fuel on. Perfect. So monitoring engine start. Always keep an eye out on the EGT rapidly increasing. In 15 years, I've never had to complete an aborted engine start. Starter cut out. Monitoring engine number 2. 2. 4, 6, 3, 2 stable.
Tow truck disconnected.
Starting 1.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
And 2. All pressure and 1. The engine start sequence is perfect. Sounds I really like as well. Oh, FPS. So, starter cut out, monitoring 1 and 2. 1 and 2 stable. And I think I just missed it. She would have shown me the bypass pin. Right, let's do the before taxi flow. Generators on, AP off, start switches continuous, Pro-Pete on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, packs auto, isolation valve auto, AP bleed is off. Flaps to 5, flight controls, full forward, full back, left, right, and rudders right and left. Struggling to focus with the lack of lights in my office. Recall, blank below DU. And then we'd read the before taxi checklist. I think she blew you a kiss. Alright. Excellent. So no one online. Is there any other traffic around? Don't think so. So we could just use the CTAF frequency to advise what we're doing. Just make sure the volume's turned up on the frequency as well. Boeing Field, traffic, Alpaca 01 taxi, runway 14 right, departure to the north. Okay. Do a config check. No config warning. Let's start heading towards Dublin. A bit more thrust. There we go. Sounds like someone's also doing a delivery flight. I'm unfamiliar, so when Boeing build an aircraft before it's delivered, are they always flown into Boeing Field as a sort of handover? Or do they sometimes come straight from the factory? Do new engines behave differently? No, nothing that we'd notice in the cockpit's flight crew. I quite like the PMDG's own in-house livery, it's cool. Super short taxi, I probably should have parked elsewhere to explore the scenery, but never mind. Alright, we're already approaching the whole point, just around this corner. Let's do number 4 takeoff checklist. Configs checked, flaps 5 green lights, stab trip 5.7 units. Set, takeoff briefing, packs auto, bleeds on, V speeds wet, 30, 34, 38. Set on the MCP. The departure is going to be the Nirvana 1, climbing straight ahead, 8,000, and ATP2 after 2,000 feet will make a left turn en route to our first waypoint, Alpsea. That's reviewed, no cabin crew on, so doors closed, secure, checks complete.
Welcome.
Thanks for your subscription, Matthias. Welcome aboard. Guys, we're ready to go.
Welcome.
More subscribers coming. Welcome everyone watching. Rough Pilots, welcome. Alright then. Guys, if you're ready for departure, let's have a quick look on the pilot, or Navigraph I should say, to see if there's any traffic on final. Live traffic? Nope. All clear. Just bring it to a stop. Nothing there. I always turn it off because it does drain FPS, that does. Cool, so we'll take off then. Runway 14 right. The surface wind here is 2007, at 7, gusting 15. That's absolutely fine. A little bit more thrust. Breakaway. Are we doing a wing wave for our... This is our last ever takeoff on the PC. Not that anyone will see it in these conditions. MCP set, transponder TARA, strobe lights on, cleared takeoff, landing lights on, checklist complete. Wing wave, yes! Alright then. I really like these sounds. Turn the wipers on as well. Firefighter bath on the arrival, yes. That's the only thing I want to have when I retire. I want to have one of those. A few more years left of me yet. Let's get these wipers on. Oh yeah. Don't forget to arm the MCP. That's why there's two of us. MCP set. Alrighty. Toga's in chat. Let's go to Dublin. Timing. Alpaca 0 on taking off, 1-4 right. Perfect. Stabilised. Set takeoff thrust. Oh, the wipers are actually working, unbelievable. Takeoff thrust set indications normal. Checked, release forward pressure. Left rudder coming in to maintain sense line, very nice.
V1.
Hands off, up we go. So increase the back pressure of the dead bands. There we go, very nice. Positive climb. Gears coming up. And let's do it. Woo-wee. Just ignore the flight directors. Not that you can see it out there in the rain. There we are, LNAV. Watch the PLI set. There we are, bug up. Turn the wipers off, Jim, please. I'll do it then. Perfect. Flaps 1. Horrible day. And 1. Thanks to your current PC for so many great streams.
Go back to 34 Charlie Heavy, landing up 1-4.
Laps up. So passing 2,000 feet, we'll make that turn direct to Alpsea as we briefed. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV. Weather radar. That's actually not a bad return. In sort of stratus rain like that, you just have green and yellow. It's a bit more intense. It's just the picture's not quite right. So start pitching up as we reach the upspeed to maintain the upspeed. So we're going to maintain the upspeed until we're inbound to Alpsea. Press VNAV to accelerate to 250 knots. Staying on the QNH, remember. Up by the inches of mercury. So don't go by the upspeed. Bug 220 knots now. Passing 4,300 for 8,000. We'd then do the after takeoff checklist. Does the plane have enough fuel? I hope so. Did you not check your motor? Alright. VNAV. Oh, looks like we're about to come out the soup. So gently lower the nose to allow the aircraft to accelerate to 250 knots while still climbing. Oh, the inputs are superb. There we are. Command A, and we can now do the after takeoff checklist. Gear off, water brake off, 5 degrees, should have the engine anti-ice on a lot sooner than that. Air conditioning and pressurization, diffs 2.5, climbing.
Boeing Field traffic, on back at 34 Charlie
Sets.
Heavy, taking off 1-4.
There's no cabin crew, but we'll do that. After takeoff checks complete. Weather looks horrible off to the right. Ugh. It's a good track for now. Right, there's no ATC, so we're going to go straight up to our cruise of flight level 390. Oh, look at that. That's the best bit of the job, guys. Don't need a new PC. Look at the performance. I'll send it back. ETA 8:15. Great. So my plan is probably leave you guys at about 11:15. So back at 6:45. Hour and a half before landing. Be great. Match the heading book. Perfect. This is the perfect time for an overnight flight. Passing 10,300 for flight level 390. Pre-cruise checks, fuel, all 6 pumps on. We have 20.1 tons. Lights off, APs off, pressurization 4.0, set, and recall. There's no ATC, so I won't log on to ACARS or anything. Oops. There we are, traffic on checks complete, and I will just sort the volume out because I'm very aware that that is loud. Good, hopefully that's a bit better. God, the clouds look really good. Amazing. Badger 803, thank you for continued support as a member. Hope you're doing very well. Thanks for popping into this live stream this evening. Good day to you. So we climb standard, yeah. In the US, I like to wait until 18,000 transition altitude. Otherwise, I get told off by every American subscriber in chat. Brown pot cases, hello, hello. Steve, I was hoping so as well. 100,000 subscribers. Was really hoping we hit that magic number before the end of the year. We've just passed 99,400. I don't know if we'll find 600 between now and a week and a half. You never know, but no, I think it'll probably be January, maybe February. So if you're just watching in the background, feel free to subscribe to help me reach that number. Share the stream, Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, X. It's all good. Yeah, this is where the weather radar returns. It's just not that accurate, really. Does the tilt work? Does it actually work, though? No, it doesn't change. Minus 1A. What is this weather radar I'm using, anyway? Yeah, it just doesn't work in Microsoft Flight Sim, anyway. I mean, what is that? I mean, it looks like that weather's just been sucked into some sort of wormhole. We'll ignore all returns in 2024. Excuse me. What is the ancient weather radar in a brand new NG? What is this ancient weather radar? I know. At least we've got an RDR 4000 on our last NGs and the Maxes. There you go. Captain Clarence, interesting sea climb performance with no passengers, even with full fuel tanks. Climbs very well. Takeoff weight was about 62, 63 tons, so still about 10 tons below the max takeoff weight. So yeah, you know, 7 minutes airborne, passing 18,000 feet. That's my cue to set standard. It's a blob, Captain, so avoid it. True. Yes, you would avoid this. If I saw something like this in real life, I'd be like, yes. Yes, Seattle Centre, request maintain heading after Alpsea for 40 track miles. Engine anti-ice going back on anyway. Never fly for any red return. Yeah, the airflow sounds in here is really good, guys. Just turn it up a smidge. The cloud colour changing. Whoa.
Minimums approaching.
Tobias, my friend, hope you're doing well. The most impressive sim racer I've ever met, or had the pleasure of speaking to online. Good evening, he says. Good evening to you. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you very much for popping in. What was I doing? Electronic flight bag, and then home. There we are, so we can monitor our track route. PMDG Navigraph map. Don't know which one's better. Navigraph's what I mean. Engine anti-ice coming up. And this is what I mean now. Look, we're above the clouds, but the weather radar return is exactly the same. But the tilt seems to be on auto tilt, going down to -2. We seem to be above all the weather now. Lefty, would you say that this is the best 737 add-on money could buy? Yeah. The iFly is a very good Max. It's going to get better, but it needs a lot of work, especially the VNAV and things like that, but it's very good. This is the most complete desktop simulated add-on you can buy right now. And you know how much I love the Zebo. The Zebo is amazing, and once I explained the source's wind issue, and Zebo has a little bit of a tweak here and there, I'm sure the aircraft I prefer how it handles, but right now this is... And I'm not saying that because of early access, just genuinely is. I've got no benefit to saying that this is the best. it's just a fact. Awesome. Harry, how's things, Captain? Is baby excited for her first Christmas? No doubt she'll be spoiled with her new PC. Oh yes. She always comes first, of course. But she's probably not as excited about the PC as I am. Anyway, no, we're very much looking forward to our first ever Christmas with my roster and the days off. It's fallen really nicely. So my days off are day before Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day. Back to work the day after Boxing Day. So yeah, really looking forward to it, because the last few Christmases been off Christmas Day, but I've either had to work Christmas Eve or Boxing Day, and obviously that you have to be keep well rested for all that. So yeah, really super excited. This is, for those of you who are new to the stream, my first Christmas with my baby daughter, my wife, and we're hosting Christmas at ours, so we're having a lot of family coming round. So Joe and I are cooking Christmas lunch. Wish me luck. Wish us luck. Hopefully we'll be absolutely fine. Thanks for your subscription, Chris Cherry. Welcome aboard. Baby gets his old PC. Eddie Larson, the performance after this update is amazing. Yeah, absolutely. I'm on a laptop with 3070. I'd usually be getting 3540, but now you're getting 51. Well, look, you've seen the results here. I do wonder if Sim Update 4 came out a month and a half ago, whether I'd actually have considered putting off the update for my PC. But I don't know. I just wanted to future-proof myself for the next 5 years, and after talking to the expert members and sort of reading about PC component prices, my understanding is Nvidia probably won't release their 6000 series card next year. 5090 will probably be the best card you can get. I mean, I know you can get these, really expensive graphic cards, which are ridiculous, £15,000, but this is, from what I understanding, the best sort of out-the-box graphics card that you can get right now, a RTX 5090 with my 32GB. So yeah, it's to sort of take me for the next 5 years. This new PC I want to keep for 5 years, till 2030, see what's available then. And that's why I chose Chillblast. Again, you might hear me sick of me saying this, but 7 years with having 2 of their PCs with no issues, that's why I stuck with them. So my third PC's been built with them. 5-year warranty. I think it's the best in the business. George S. Christmas turkey checklist, bird on board, stuffing loaded, up and armed. Family briefed, go around available. Tick, tick, tick. Brilliant. Crazy, given the RAM concerns and Nvidia cutting 50 series production next year will probably only get worse, which is another reason I made the jump now. I bought the PC now. Because I know price components have got expensive, but I think they're going to go silly, aren't they? Bank angle 10. RAM is skyrocketing, yeah. Steve, Nvidia are ramping down current range of cards at 26, I heard. So between that and all the other nonsense, you're upgrading at the right time, in my opinion. Roger. ND, I played around with the builder using your link for you. I think when I finally get a desktop, I will build myself. Well, listen, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. If you were to build it yourself, you would save money. A lot of these pre-built companies like Chillblast, you pay a premium, obviously, for that, but you do get this warranty and peace of mind of it not being screwed up. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start building your own PC, and I'd be so fearful of screwing something up with these components. I'd be like, yeah, I'd rather the experts do it, but you're quite right, you could save some money doing it yourself. Golden Aviation Real, yeah, Josiah Plays just played the command. That's my current build. Looks like motherboard couldn't quite fit in there. 9-bot limits how much you can write. Your clouds look so good, man, said Lewis. Thanks, man. And mine look bad even on Ultra. They look really fuzzy and blurry. These are on high, I think. Yeah, high end, not Ultra. One thing, I just want to... Can you hear the sounds getting, like, the wind sounds getting quieter and louder? I was really complimenting the sounds. Now we're higher, this doesn't sound quite right to me. No, the airflow's a lot louder than this. This sound needs tweaking. I mean, just type in 737 cockpit video cruise, and you'll have a listen, and you'll hear how loud it is. It used to be better. They've changed something since this release version. This is the first time I've flown it. This doesn't sound realistic. It sounds great for streaming. It's not as loud, but it's not that loud airflow sound you get in the cockpit. How much FPS am I getting now? FPS I'm getting right now. I'm only actually getting 30 FPS now, to be fair. I have so many. I mean, Fly Live shows me the FPS as well. So 33-ish, 34, 35. Hovering between 30 and 35. It was actually better on the ground, strangely. I was getting 50 there. I think the scenery, the Civecchi design scenery, is very well optimised. You always get great FPS with their scenery. But you can hear the airflow in the background. It seems to be getting louder and quieter. Andy Larson, surprisingly, here in the US, pre-built PCs, you can get surprisingly good deals. And since the price of parts is skyrocketing thanks to AI, the price difference is small. Just like to tinker. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the volumes are changing. Yeah, the airflow is like fluctuating. Yeah. So now it's quiet. It's getting louder now, listen. Oh no. Sounds aren't right. They used to be fine, but I don't know what they've done. Something that doesn't sound realistic now. Yeah, I don't even know what frame generation is. You need a 4000 series or 4000 series graphics card or greater. I need to have a play at the settings when I get it with the 5090, but the 5090 should chew through all this, shouldn't it? With an AMD processor. A-Pilot 53, are you using any sensitivity curves? Don't bother wasting your time. A lot of people ask in the comments section of my videos and chat, what's your sensitivity curves? What do you set up? Desktop simulators are fantastic. They really are, and you can replicate operational procedures very realistically. You are never ever going to perfectly match the input forces needed and required with third-party peripherals. The Thrustmaster Boeing yoke is fantastic, and with plug and play it sort of feels with both the Zebo and the PMDG. If I go full right, I get the expected roll rate. If I go half input, I get the expected roll rate. But the feel is never going to match the exact force required on the real control column, which is significantly more. But it's for me, I'm satisfied with that difference. Oxpatrick's finding out all about me. Oh, you see, look, the airflow noise is now completely gone. Wolfram Sport is getting amazing performance with his 2060. Impressive. Yeah, VRAM. That's why I went with the 5090 Tom Clayton, because that's the highest amount of VRAM available. Unless you go with is it AMD graphics card to have 16 gigabytes of VRAM or something, or 22. Aviation Charlie, hello mate. Just wondering whether the Wing MCP and FMC are easy to set up. Thanks. Aviation Charlie, very easy. If you go, hold on, I'll find you my video review. I didn't do a full setup, but I briefly explained in about 30 seconds how to set it up. The instructions are via PDF online. I mean, if someone like me could set it up, you'll be absolutely fine. I'm just going to get the link for my review. Hold on, let me just share it in chat. There you go. So this is the review of my Wing MCP and EFIS panels. The highest AMD GPU is a competitor to the 5070. Roger. Whoa, that's crazy, Rhymeski. 96 gigabytes. I think that's a bit too much. I don't need that. Scotty 2 AMD processor. Did you go for? Steve, are you still in chat? It's got my paste. It's got my specs copied and pasted. I'll update it. I'll update Nightbot once the new PC is set up. Josiah, why not 128 gigabytes of RAM? I've heard that 64 gigabytes is more than sufficient, and then you shouldn't use more than two. Steve was expecting me. You shouldn't use more than 2 sticks anyway, because it's no faster. Josiah, thank you. 9800X3D. I got one of those. Aaron Hastings, you live for the whole flight? Absolutely not. I need to sleep. So I'll go for I'll go to bed at around 1:45 midnight for 7 hours. Oxford Patrick, have you ever visited an ATC tower? I have. I have a very good friend of mine who sometimes pops in a live stream, who's a recently qualified air traffic controller, and sometimes see him after work for a brew. And it's amazing going up there. Yeah, no more than 2 sticks, and have 2 sticks of 32 gigabyte. That's what I've got. Yeah, I'm told there's no benefit to going over 64 gigabytes. And the more sticks you have, it's actually not so beneficial. Oh, there's Steve. 64 gigabytes is more than enough. No one, unless in a pro environment working with enormous files, needs more. So I've got 64 gigabytes, and mine's DDR5, I think. I don't know. I'm just so excited. Right, guys, we've reached the cruise level. Flight level 390. This is where we'll spend the entire sector. I'd like to get up to 4-1 before bed, but you know what? We might be able to get up to 4-1 before I go to bed. So yeah, we're currently inbound to, it's the Cranbrook VOR. Beautiful airspace, all this, and then I'll probably go to bed, and the rest of the routing, which I'll leave you in a nice view, will take us all the way over here. Winnipeg, Montreal. Remember, this routing is specific to non-ETOPS certified aircraft, ensuring that we're within 400 nautical miles of a suitable aerodrome on the entire route. If you have a life raft, you can increase it to 427 nautical miles slightly. But yeah, otherwise, you know, ETOPS certified, you'd go a lot further south, but this routing allows for it. But it pretty much follows the Great Circle route anyway. Any Northern Lights stuff? That's a good point, actually. I mean, you guys will have to let me know if anyone's awake and watching the stream. Anyway, we're in the cruise now, so set the weather radar tilt, M1 limit, max continuous. You can tune the en route VOR. It is 112.1, because why not? This is it. This is what the ferry pilots will be doing now in the cruise for the next top of descent 7:36. What's that? 8.5 hours, 7.5 hours. Sasha, thank you very much. 34 months as a member. I've been enjoying flying the PMDG 738. So happy it's now native to 24. The handling is noticeably better. Yes, it does fly a little closer to the real thing in 2024. Whatever Asobo have done in 2024 to make it handle better, it's certainly the case. Enjoy. Will the sun actually go down this far north? This latitude, yes, it will be dark, but as you fly further north, it should get better. Oh, we've got some ATC. 133.7. Vancouver Centre online. Well, we could use it for a bit. Perfect. Vancouver Centre, very good afternoon. It's Alpaca 01, maintaining flight level 390, inbound to Yankee X-Ray Charlie.
Alpaca 01, Vancouver Center, hello, good afternoon, climb, correction, maintain flight level 390.
Take 390, Alpaca 01. Does VATCAN have CPDLC? No. Awesome. Well, I'll be logging off in about 45 minutes. Do you get that beep 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 in real life? No. You do get the CPDLC ding dong though. I love all this computer talk. I've actually really educated myself the last few weeks, and I've been watching Linus Tech Tip videos. This guy's amazing. I love his videos, but he goes to lots of these factories all over the world. I was looking at one of how they make processor chips. It was really interesting, actually, quite fascinating. So there's so many good YouTube channels out there, things that I wouldn't typically think I'd be interested in. But Linus Tech Tips, these videos are super. Awesome. Not much solar activity today. I probably know Northern Lights then. So how does... I know you can get Northern Lights and Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, but how does it model that? Does it actually look at solar flare activity and put the Northern Lights in the game? How's the fuel prediction looking? Let's have a little look. Just want to make sure the average wind stayed in. Yeah. 3.6. It's good. 811 Zulu. So I'll start 7-hour break just around midnight. So back at 7. Yeah. I'll be back 35 minutes before top of descent. Perfect. Lewis, will you overclock your GPU or CPU? Absolutely not. Do I need to? Nor would I know how to. Nautsky, I know, I actually, out of curiosity, I was on Linus Tech Tips web YouTube and I went to his oldest video. It's amazing how different it was.
300.
Aaron, Linus Tech Tips Flight Deck Sim was not the YouTube crossover I expected. Greg Scott, 73 months as a member. Unbelievable. Evening Captain, 6 years. Has flown by. I know, one of the oldest members of the channel. Thank you very much. You joined a month before my first ever group flight. Amazing. Well, thank you very much for your continued support for that entire period of time. Very good evening to you. Thanks a lot for popping in this evening. Cheers, buddy. M3 tally, does it take winds into account for VNAV? Yes. So the ETA and fuel arrivals based off the average wind component. Now you could put the wind in for each waypoint for a slightly more accurate en route ETA. You might find it will change over the course of the sector, but the average is sufficient. Again, my operator, obviously ferry flights occur, but I have no access to any of the documentation for the ferry flights to sort of prep for this. So I've sort of based it off some oceanic guidance as well, I found, but again it's nothing specific to the routing. I did sort of find out though that the you're operating with North Atlantic high level airspace between these waypoints, so this is actually the real ferry flight routing for aircraft non-ETOP certified. So it's starting at Epman. You enter oceanic airspace, is that in Nook? And this is part of the OTS, but not along any of the NAT tracks. And it's they call it a random routing, don't they? And then the oceanic routing ends at Ratsu, and then you go with Scottish. So this sort of, it's what they call a random routing. Again, I don't know enough about oceanic flying to sort of answer any questions in that relation.
Alpaca 34 Charlie, Vancouver Center.
Hello, Anto Lowtech. Thank you very much for your subscription. Welcome aboard. Harry Hibbert, Sam, any suggestions for a best way to fly circling missed approach, please? Got it coming up at the sim tomorrow. Harry Hibbert, obviously, it's not an official training guidance, but have a look at my members-only videos. As a member, you'll find circling video, which was done as a Discord stage event, which covers all the missed approaches. I don't know if it was dedicated circling approach go-arounds, but I did a number of go-arounds from circled plans, which will explain into detail those elements. Matt Owen Mode, hello. Matt Owen, I wasn't used to that. 67 months. Talking about how different people are since they started streaming. Didn't you have hair when you filmed your first video? Right, where's Matt Owen Media? Options, hide user on this channel, remove as moderator, put user in timeout, report. You cheeky beggar, get out of here. Unbelievable. Right, I very nearly timed you out there. But I do think you're a fantastic individual. I didn't want you to lose any moderation. I don't even have my sounder board for any suitable sounds. Give bird. Yeah, wait, hold on. I've got the power to do certain things on the streams. Wait. There you go. Oh dear. That's specifically there. Viewers, that's specifically for Moen. No one else. No one else in chat. I love you all. Tones, thanks for coming back to normality. How's the performance on this bad boy? Fantastic. Right now, in the cruise, I'm experiencing...
Stanza 349er, Vancouver Center, hello, welcome.
I'm getting 34, 33 FPS. Got to take into account that I'm streaming. I've got lots of other programs running in the background. So I'm probably using 10, 15 FPS there. Oh, dear. What's this? Oh gosh, what is this 6-7 thing? This 6-7. Don't even get me started on that.
Flare 288 requesting.
Right, anyway. We're really digressing.
Flare 288.
we're really getting away from the stream now.
Oh,
no, everyone in the chat's going 6-7. My friend's kid will love this.
Or have a good day for a Flare.
Brilliant.
Juliet Mike Golf, you are cleared the ILS Zulu 16 approach.
So yeah, performance is good. I'd say without streaming, when I do test sectors, I'm getting 40 FPS plus. Strangely, when I was on the ground in Seattle with all the photogrammetry scenery, I was getting 50, 55 FPS. Goodness knows what's going on. Flight deck to Boomer. Yes, Bowen, thank you very much for all your support running the channel. Oh dear. Domino, another moderator coming in here. Damn it, I envy Moen now. I haven't received a bird on a live stream. Also looking forward to next month. The number will be defo better than 6-7. Of course, 6 to 7 months as a member 6-7. I don't get this whole 6-7 thing. Anyway, end of nonsense. Cheers as well, Domino, for your continued support as a member and moderating the channel. Which number will go viral in 2026? Who knows, Listerman? Mr. Warren, thank you very much. I've been here since you had 100 followers. I'm a premier friend. I'm still very proud of you, mate. Now, Mr. Warren is a very good friend of mine. Went to my wedding. He is the air traffic controller I mentioned. Can we all say a massive congratulations for 2 things to Mr. Warren in chat, JWarren27. Not only has he qualified to become an air traffic controller at undisclosed airport, by my ad, Warren, he's not only become a fully qualified air traffic controller, just passed his APS exam, he got engaged on the day he qualified as an air traffic controller. So not only is he getting married, we're looking forward to your party in a couple of months, by the way. He is now a fully qualified air traffic controller. No, not what airport. We don't say that Josiah plays. He's going to be based in a UK air traffic control tower. Well done, James. You're a true mate of mine as well. Thanks for everything, buddy. And if you look behind us here, I think the sun's beginning to set. It is, and it will set quickly with us heading in this easterly direction. I should think by the time we get to midnight, when I go for a high break, it will be dark.
1029er, Roger, sounds good to me.
So yes, maybe James will do some VAT simming for us in the future. Awesome. Well, 18.6 tons of fuel. There you go, you can see we're down. I'm going to use 2.2 so far. Hello Nucleus, got a technical question. Let's see what I could do. Isn't it normal to land in Keflavik during a non-ETOPS oceanic flight? If you need to refuel, then yes, but we can do it non-stop. We have the range with the aircraft empty on a ferry flight. No issue at all. Excuse me. And again, I'm so sorry about my stuffy voice. I do have this horrible cold. However, I've been suffering from colds, like most people do, for years and years and years. For the first time today, I tried Sudafed. Now, this isn't a sponsored stream or post by Sudafed, but my God, that stuff you put up your nose to the sinus and back is so good. I had completely blocked nose and sinuses. A couple of squirts of this in my nose. Within 5 minutes, completely clear. It's such a relief. Couldn't believe it. I can't believe I got all this time without it. Literally, just it's a spray you put up your nose. So good. And Ben Butler, that's why people get addicted to it. I know. That's what I heard. I read online. So, yes, it was Sudafed. Behave yourself, chat. Nucleus, thanks for the sensible questions. What is the maximum range without passengers and cargo? It's pretty much what we're doing today. So,
7,000 on that heading. You're clear of the ILS.
So ground distance of 4,200 miles. Now we have a lot less air distance because we've got a tailwind for the entire way. I don't think you could do this sector in reverse with the prevailing winds over the Atlantic. You'd struggle to go from, let's say, Dublin to Boeing Field. But yeah, ground distance there, 4,200 miles. I'd say that's max range, 4,200-ish miles, not much more than that. You could go a bit more, but you'd be eating into any reserve fuel.
Vancouver Center, good afternoon. Ice 696.
Aaron, just be careful of it. If you use it too much, you get the rebound effect where it gets worse. I'm only going to use it when I have colds.
Flight level 350.
But yeah, I did my first...
350 now, Ice 696, and just so you know, we have light to moderate turbulence in this area, starting around 9,000.
It's definitely not a Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I'll only use it when I have a cold. Thanks for the advice. I read some reviews about it, and it said some people got addicted to it. Hello, LB. Any interest in cargo aviation in real life? Not for me. I don't think the hours are sociable. I mean, if you want to become an airline pilot, the hours are not sociable anyway. But yeah, it's cargo flying is a lot of night flying.
Thank you.
Josiah, could you do Boeing Field stands?
And
yeah.
for Ice 696, we actually get level 330.
800, you're pushing its range, but in an 8200s, just the same fuel capacity but much more efficient engines, you'd probably get a few hundred miles out of range on a ferry flight. Steven, yeah, too much will inflame the nasal passages and so reverse the effect. So yeah, Sudafed works by reducing the inflammation on your blood vessels in your nose, correct? In the USA we've been selling mostly Sudafed. It's not addictive, but it also doesn't do anything at all at the recommended dosage. You have to buy real stuff with the pharmacist behind the counter. Okay, yeah, I mean I've just used it for relief and I was like, wow, first time I've actually been able to breathe for a few days. But one thing I will tell you guys, if you have a cold, be careful flying. Make sure that you could do the clear your eustachian tube. I forget the name of the manoeuvre off the top of my head. So if you hold your nose and blow, you should hear your ears pop. If you can't do that, do not fly. At the moment, I'm struggling. So I'll see how I feel in the morning. Like I'm well enough to work in the sim, but to fly, I'm 50-50 right now. That's it, MGS. The Valsalva manoeuvre. I once flew years ago, and my ears were blocked, and thankfully I blocked it, but I was in so much pain. I actually stopped. You know, I was like, wow, I can't deal with this, and then I managed to clear it. So ever then I sort of said, look, don't fly, and you know, that's the attitude you want to take. And if you are an airline pilot, don't ever fear of calling in sick. I've had to call in sick on a few occasions in 15 years and never had any repercussions of that. I've actually had calls saying how I am, especially when I had COVID. I had a welfare call. It was really nice because I was off for a couple of weeks. So yeah. But with a cold, just make sure you can clear your eustachian tube. It's so important because you can damage your eardrums. Harry, is that the closest you... Oh no, I was nowhere near being incapacitated. It was just very uncomfortable. Isaac, if you have a severe cold and you're completely blocked, you're never probably completely blocked, but you could be if you have a bad cold, then yeah, your eardrum can burst. Nucleus, got another technical question. That's copied. So over to advisory. Thanks a lot for the ATC. Have a good weekend. Alpaca 01. Bye bye. Perfect. So so CTAF is only at airports. It's still advisory en route, isn't it? Nucleus, got another technical question. Hey, this is what the streams are all about. We're obviously having a bit of banter, and going off topic, but it's great fun to talk about these things. But this is what it's about. If you have any technical questions, go for it. On the MCP, what does the 10 and 30 behind the heading bug do? Does it change bank angle or how fast it turns? I will demonstrate it for you by also turning on my lamp and MCP cam. So right now we're in LNAV, so it ignores the angular bank selector. However, if I go to heading select, oh no, I'm meant to be using my MCP. If I go here, match my heading, push heading select. Notice at the moment the wind's coming from the left. The white triangle on a track up display is your heading. The white line is your track. So our heading right now, if you look on the MCP at 032 to track 039. That's 7 degrees of drift from the wind coming from the left. Now, going back to your question, notice the angular bank selector is set to 10 degrees. So if I turn the heading like this to 060, the aircraft will bank to 10 degrees. 10 degrees is represented by this white line. So at high altitude, we become very thrust limited, and we don't want to increase the bank angle beyond 10 degrees in heading select, because what can happen is air over the wing can go supersonic, and of course something called Mach buffet, which reduces your stall speed and the critical angle of attack. So we limit the bank angle. Now, if I was to go back on heading to the left, you watch, I'll increase the bank angle to 30, the aircraft will happily do it. It will happily do it. So again, we've got enough margin here to probably not cause an issue, but you might notice, look, as the G loads, amazing modelling with PMDG here. Look at the G loading and the stall speed increasing. This is what you pay for with PMDG. God, I sound like one of the salesmen, but this is the level of realism I like to see. This isn't modelled in the Zebo. So just again, look what happens when we turn right. Obviously aircraft rolls, but once the roll's finished, there's a little bit of G loading, and look at the speed, the stall speed increase. Superb. You might get the PLIs appear if you get too much. So that's why we limit the bank angle to 10 degrees. What's the beauty of LNAV? The LNAV has inbuilt bank angle protection. So it will limit the bank angle automatically to avoid going into a low speed situation. Does that make sense? That's actually fantastic modelling of G loading and how it affects the manoeuvre margins and stall speeds. Nucleus, you're most welcome, sir. Welcome. Don't think I've seen you here in chat before. Look at this fantastic sunset. Look at... oh, wow. This is another reason I love this sim. No Epoxy Ortho 4 XP and spending hours downloading tiles. It's not really a pain, but just look outside. Wow. Honestly, I cannot stress how lucky we are to have this. What's the Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 cost? Bonkers. And I know if I'm VFR 500 feet above the ground, it looks even better. Excuse me. Rover Peak. Mount Morrow. Amazing. All of this and a desktop simulated product. It's insane. $70. Amazing. Think back to FSX. I know the Irish pilot. Think, you look at my first video I ever recorded. Crazy. Technical question. How does the coffee machine work? Brilliant. Oh, it's nice doing a late night stream for once. This is great. I mean, if I can clear my ears tomorrow, I'm on lates anyway. I don't land until 11:30, so this is great for adjusting my body clock onto lates anyway. Dennis, what version do you guys recommend? Now, personally, I wouldn't recommend the one I went for the full whack, full aviator package. But my understanding is a lot of these aircraft don't work properly. Well, they were ported from 2020. I've not even flown half of them. Well, not even half of them. There's a good selection of aircraft, but some of the default aircraft are good. But you really, if you want ultimate realism, you've got to invest in payware, third-party add-ons, or have something that's received the work that Zebo Mod has. Hello, Lewis. Question on icing, please, mate. Does it work the same as the 7.3 as the Airbus TAP 10 or below icing conditions? You turn the engine anti-ice on. That's exactly the same, sir. Andy Larson, get the standard version, save the money for third-party planes. Absolutely, yeah. Also, there's some really good deals on at the moment, winter deals. Like I said, I picked up the Javecki design scenery. I purchased it yesterday. It was £6, 40% off. Keep an eye out for those discounts. There's some really good ones always available. And besides career mode, I've never flown a stock airplane. Yeah, me too. Now, fingers crossed with my new PC. If I remember rightly, when I bought this PC 4 years ago, I still had Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. When I re-downloaded on my new PC, it saved all of my preferences and settings. So, things like the configs and buttons. I'm hoping it's the same with 2024. I don't know if anyone here in chat has had that experience of using 2024, purchasing a new PC. Did it save all of your settings when you logged on to your Xbox account? To actual coffee price. As we discussed at the start of the stream. Yes, said Thrust Simulations. Great. Ryanovsky, when are you going to get around to towing my banner? I need to do another career. Would you guys be interested in me carrying on with my career playlist in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 on my new PC? All the way up to episode 12. I think the last stream we did was a month ago or so, a couple of months in the our only business jet, the Cirrus jet. Awesome thrust set simulation, same as 2020 then. Cloud backup is automatic, great. That's good to know, Condon Franklin. The graphics I don't mind because obviously I need to set it all up again. Oh, MGS1, thank you very much. I've just seen that pop up. You've just gifted a member. Don't know why I didn't make any set. There it is. Welcome, Jetcentric 9777. You've just been gifted a membership from MGS1 G4K. Thank you, MGS1 G4K. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for your support, not only as a member, but gifting a member as well. Cheers, buddy. Thrust you need to set up all your views though. Oh, I have my Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 set up so it works like in X-Plane. So I've pre-assigned all the views. So, for example, you get the keyboard and you can press save views like 1, 2. I have 1 for Captain, 2 MCP. This is every aircraft pretty much. 3 FMC, 4 is overhead panel, 6 pedestal, 7 wing view left, 8 wing view right, 9 first officer. And it just works really well. But hopefully those key bindings will be saved. So then you just press Control 1. You just press Control to whatever you want to save. And 0 has that. So if I set a new view up, like I don't know, looking at Jim's control column and save that as Control 0 saved, all I've got to do now is press 0. Look, and it will go back to that saved view. So look, there you go, 0. Boom. So, you know, it's quite easy to save pre-assigned views. As long as you set up, I think it's like Control, you set up in the settings what it is to save as a binding. There's a fantastic video on YouTube. Search setup camera views like an X-Plane for Microsoft Flight Sim. Aaron Hastings, I have a technical question. How do you get figs inside the fig roll? Brilliant. Move along. Oh, you just need to reassign the views. That's fine. Reassigning views takes 2 minutes. No problem at all. Every time I have a different livery in a new aircraft, I have to do that. Ben Butler, will you do your members only group flights in Microsoft Flight Sim now? No, I want to stick with X-Plane. Yes, I've been concentrating on 2024 recently, especially with the release of this aircraft and having early access. But I still love X-Plane. And right now, X-Plane on my PC is not working. It's not worked right for the last 2 to 3 months, and I have spent too long trying to fix the issue. And it all came to fruition on the last members stream. The stream we did on Sunday, it was just dreadful. 5 crashes. I just had enough. So I said, right, well, I'm not going to use it until I get my new PC. So yeah, look. Yeah, I think that's really Irish pilot. X-Plane still feels right. It does. and I love that sim, and I'm going to continue using it. I don't know if I'm going to bother with Ortho now. I might try this new map enhancement thing, because Ortho is just a pain, and it's not only that, sometimes the runways aren't flattened. For streaming in Microsoft Flight Sim, it's so much easier to set up. I don't need to worry about Ortho tiles. Yes, the default airports are poor, and X-Plane default airports are really good, but the whole world is in Microsoft Flight Sim, that's the advantage. So from a streaming point of view, getting that set up is great. And X-Plane, if I stream at night, do night flights, which sometimes you guys like to see, it's really nice for that because the lighting is great. So yeah, I'd still like to stick with X-Plane for my group flights, for tradition's sake. Isaac, when will you get your new PC? Monday. Will you still try X-Plane on your current PC? Won't use it now. No, I haven't got time. So this is my last stream on this PC. I'm working tomorrow. Then Monday my new PC arrives. So you know, if you look at the video description, this is the last hurrah of my PC. It will be put in a box tomorrow, and it will remain in its current state until I've had a good month or two of my new PC. I'll then plug it back in and probably factory reset it somehow. And I'm giving it, or I'll have it as a backup again for a few months, but I've got someone who's lined up with it already. Moen XP map enhancements is very good. I've been using it. It's almost like Microsoft Flight Sim, other than you have to remember to start it. Okay, I think I'll look into that because I'm done with Ortho now. The amount of time I've spent tiles, I'm all tiled off. Sash the career mode, the Skyway, so does Denise. Oh, Denise. The sun's beginning to set, guys. Oh, look, the mountain has gone. Where did those mountains go? It's now completely flat. Oh, there they are. Look at that. Beautiful. A little bit of music on. That's Alberta for you, beautiful. Eddie Larson, you're 10 miles behind, how are you? Are you the guy sort of in a 777? Flight Gamer 7849, tech question. Considering your M1 is 90 and your level at 240 knots seems slow, is it an altitude thing? You're quite right, that's a great question. So if I jump back into the cockpit, buddy. Oh gosh, I'll just turn this music down, turn the sim back up now. Have a look at this. So our indicated airspeed right now is only 236 knots. 39,000 feet. Look at my thrust, it's very high, 90.5%. But this is our indicated airspeed. This is low because of the air density. There's a lot less sort of... You imagine a shoebox, right? You imagine a shoebox at sea level, and you open up the shoebox, and it has, let's say for this example, 1,000 air molecules in it. Well, if you take that same shoebox and open it up at 39,000 feet, there isn't 1,000 air molecules. There's only about 200. So we're having to fly through air that's a lot less dense. That's why the indicated airspeed always underreads. Our actual speed, if you look at the true airspeed, is 448 knots through the air. Ground speed is then any headwind or tailwind component taken into that. So, yes, we've got a high M1, the thrust is very high, but because there's a lot less air, we're losing a lot less fuel. It's only 2 tons an hour. If you use 90% M1 at sea level, your flow will be about 6 tons an hour. So yes, a lot less thrust being produced for the engines with a high M1, but this is where they're designed to be most efficient. High M1, low air density, where it burns the most fuel. This is where a jet engine spends about 95% of its life, so it's what it's used to. I hope that sort of helps answer your question anyway, Fly Gamer. Less air, less effort, less fuel. That's a great way of putting it. I could have just said that and saved you all the bother of listening. Hello Flycat, another tech question on the speed tape. What does the yellow line represent, which starts below 220 knots and extends below? This is the minimum manoeuvre margin, which provides 1.3G manoeuvre capability. You want to avoid flying in this area because you'll be sort of, especially at this altitude, getting to the point where you're on the back of the drag curve, there's insufficient thrust to maintain your indicated airspeed. So it's called the minimum manoeuvre margin. Turn the sim back up again. Oh, look at those scullers. Beautiful. From now on, everything will be measured in shoeboxes. Irish pilot, TLDR, short margin for yanking and banking. That'll do. I like your explanations better, Irish pilot. I might use them more. Strody, well explained even for my stupid brain. Maybe you should do this for a living. Not at all. How's Senior Officer Jim Beam doing? He's gone. He's in the back somewhere with the other random 7 passengers. Dr. LeCride, any more flights to the Flight Factor 777 freighter? Absolutely, we'll look at that aircraft again soon. I'd like to fly the Dash 8. The Fly JSIM Dash 8, which I seem to be updated today. And the Fearless 742. So many great aircraft. Flight December, are we close to Coffin Corner? We could go up a little higher to reduce the manoeuvre margins, but yeah, Coffin Corner, you know, high speed, low speed buffet, so it won't really model it in a desktop simulator, but we were discussing earlier Mach buffet. If you start increasing your bank angle at high Mach numbers, airflow over the wing goes supersonic, so you get high speed buffeting, and then your low speed buffeting obviously associated with your angle attack exceeding the critical angle attack isn't far away as well. So a lot of it, line pilots, when we do air training, they forget that where we spend most of our time up at the cruise here, there's very little room for error. You're quite close to limitations and limits, but that's why when it's turbulent, you want to give yourself a lower altitude and more margin. So here it's safe, it's lovely and smooth. You never operate above the maximum certified level as well, because your minimum your high speed and low speed margins for buffeting are very close. That's correct, Antolet Tech. The H stands for heavy. Swarm, have you got the Learjet at 35A? I haven't. I don't do much business jet flying on this channel. Maybe that's something I should do more of. I think I could probably count on one hand how many streams I've done using business jets. Matt Buffet, never heard of it. Heard of World Buffet, brilliant. Irish pilot had a poke around the new G-Reg Max at Stansted last week. Wish they could bottle that smell and sell it as aftershave. Oh, to Boeing. It does have a smell, doesn't it? That metallic sort of aeroplane leathery fuel smell. The newest aircraft I've flown is less than 2 weeks old at my operator, and it was lovely. Valley, what is the most you've climbed into 7.3? 41,000, been up there a few times. Anyway guys, what is it, 42 minutes to midnight? I'll go for a break very soon guys, okay? Well, started at exactly midnight. I'll have to do a couple of feeds for the baby anyway. Well, our daughter can go the night most nights now. She's a very, very good sleeper. How lucky are we? 8.5 months old. And really for the last 2-3 months, just, I'd say once a week she has an unsettled night. We have to feed her twice. Most of the time we put her down at 9-10 o'clock at night. She'll get through to 6. Beautiful. Mr. Jiggles, how long is this flight? 8 hours 45 minutes, airborne for an hour now. So 7 hours 45 to go. Very common during COVID era, and yet we're up at 41,000 feet all the time with low loads. Turbine Duke, we've flown on a stream before, Harry Hebard. Very, very fun aircraft. I'd look at that again one day. Andy Larson, you'll be... Excuse me. Andy Larson, you'll be below us in 5 minutes. Can't see on TCAS. I believe you, but I will be logging off of VATSIM when we go for the break. Yeah, been very lucky, I know. Andy Larson, 4,000 feet below. cannot see you. You'll have to say when you're below. Valley, yeah, I think you're right. We will save fuel if we go up to 41,000 feet. Look, we can. So yeah, I think just before we go to bed, we'll blast up to 41,000 feet. It's perfectly smooth. You wouldn't typically go right up to max, but we should be good enough with these smooth conditions. And in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the settings set to medium, you get no turbulence ever. You're most welcome, Nucleus. Thanks for popping in. Have a lovely evening. Don't forget to turn on max failure rate before going to bed. Brilliant. Hello, wife. Sorry. You looking for the executioner? Yes, it's down here. My wife's looking for the executioner. Don't ask why. Can I show them what the executioner is? Everyone's saying hi, Joe, in chat. This is the executioner. For zapping flies. Ugh. There you go. Oh dear. Everyone's saying hi, Joe. Hi, Joe. Hello, Joe. We do love animals in this household, but we don't like flies. And there's one buzzing around. Always, I swear. Has Jim eaten the manky cookies in the tech log yet? Ugh. I call it better. Irish pilot, hello wife. If you need help, blink twice. Oh dear. Hey Joe, can you zap Sam for us? Unbelievable. Did you get it? She's running around with his executioner down the hallway. Oh dear. I thought the executioner was the name of a gym. For content, yeah. It's a good one. Funny. Where are we anyway? Not very good navigation. This part of the world I'm so unsure of. Oh crikey, we've just passed Vancouver? No, Calgary. Get it right, Sam. Vancouver's not very near at all. Long sector here between Pertu and Mito. I'll be hopefully asleep by the time we get to Mito. And yeah, fantastic routing. I thought it showed you the names of lakes in the map mode if you zoomed in. Fantastic routes. One of our first overnight long hauls was San Francisco to Heathrow in the 777. It's a little bit longer than this, but another thing, our cruiser speed's quite low today. Mach decimal 7.7. Wide body jets are up at 0.8485. Hudson Bay, that's it. I always forget the name of that. Oxpatrick says, as a European Boeing driver, what is the ideal flight time for a sector? Well, it's all very personal preference, but my ideal sector length is 2 hours. I think 2 hours is lovely. Gives you enough time to have a little bit of a break, because we have quite quick turnarounds, so turnarounds you don't have time to stop. Whereas the cruise is your time to rest. Our short sector is less than an hour. You don't have much time to relax. You've got to set up for the next approach. 2 hours is just a lovely time. You get to the cruise. It gives you about 45 minutes an hour just to relax in the cruise, have some lunch, have a chat with your colleague, and then start setting up for the next approach. 2.5 hours is fine. Long sectors, the Canaries we do for the UK, 4 hours each way. I don't mind doing them once a week when you do 3 of those in a row. You know, bear in mind if you do a Tenerife back from the UK, that's a block time of 9 hours. It's like doing a Chicago from the UK 3 days in a row. So I don't mind them. I've done 3 in a row and it's fine, but I'd rather do a 4-sector day sometimes, you know, on those days. More variation, more running, and that's why I like line training, because I'd rather spend that time training discussion items and training guys. You know. That's the appeal. Rob, hello. How is Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 nowadays? I abandoned it for a bit when it came out as it was so broken. It was. I was a fierce critic of Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I didn't see the point. I have now uninstalled, or will not install, 2020 on my new PC. Fantastic improvement in the simulator. All those awful scenery LOD issues that we had at the start, gone. Runs great. Sim Update 4 has been, I think for most people, transformative in their desktop sim experience. So yeah, amazing. Oh look, bank angle isn't set to 10. Well, that's because I was demonstrating it earlier. Fair enough. But yeah, 2024 is the way to go. It is. I didn't think I'd save a day when it was released in November, and I was very much a critic. I didn't see the point of it at all. In fact, I stopped using 2024 for ages. Eddie Larson, you are directly below us on VATSIM. Let's have a little look, buddy. Oh! Look at that, guys. Bit glitchy being VATSIM, but you're just overtaking us. Look at that, guys. Hello, Mr. Larson. Schroeder, yet true, but they fixed it. Absolutely, Steve. You're doing map point 83, yeah, that's much quicker. We're doing 7.7. But I guess you're weight limited. Where are you flying? Dublin as well, Andy Larson. Amazing. We'll see you come up on the nose in a second. Hello, Davso. Hi, Flight Sim. Can you explain a bit about being a right-hand seat captain whilst training FO captain upgrades? Yeah, I mean, as an LTC, I'm trained to operate in both seats. So my operator. Captains can fly the right hand seat, all captains, but only as pilot monitoring. Then they have to conduct what they call a right hand seat check every LPC to make sure that they remain current. But for a training captain, we're qualified to operate as both pilot flying and pilot monitoring from both seats. So if I'm training a captain, I'm in the right hand seat. We only have the tiller on the left hand side, so we have to sort of explain how to operate the tiller when they're first moving around and taxiing, but obviously you've got control of the brakes if needed. But yeah, you're just ultimately adapting to that seat that the new cadet is whilst they're doing the command upgrade training. They already know how to operate and fly the aircraft. It's just gaining those decision-making skills and time management to become a competent captain. And essentially that's the only difference, really. Command upgrade training is all about running the show, and during the training of the command upgrade, its first 3 sessions about left-hand seat familiarisation, and then the last 2 sort of sessions before their LPC is command decision making. So they're exposed with some complex scenarios which they have to deal with, and ultimately have to come to a safe decision. And then they do another scenario on the next day, which is run as what we call a loft or line orientated flight training, where they're provided a scenario where things can happen, you know, diversions, operating in freezing conditions, technical issues. There's no sort of tick box answer. The outcome can vary. Some is a preferred decision, some might have 2 preferred decisions, some have wrong ways of doing things and right ways. So it's quite an interesting process. LPC St Martin, yeah, license proficiency check. So this is conducted every 12 months by a TRE. So I am at my operator, and that renews your type rating and instrument rating on type. And every 6 months, pilots have to do a sim check. The one is usually a combined LPC OPC, and then the other's just an OPC. You have LPC's license proficiency check, OPC, which is operator proficiency check, and LST, which is the initial exam for the issue of a type rating, or ATPL skills test. Anyway, we missed the sunset. We took off cloudy. We took off bright sunny skies. An hour into the flight, it's going to be dark. Can you be a line training captain without being a sim instructor in the UK? Oh, absolutely. So the majority of our training captains won't be qualified TRIs. Irish pilot is someone who recently went through upgrade. The LTC was one of the best mentor roles I've flown with. Amazing. Are you a colleague of mine, Irish pilot, or perhaps you don't know? Curveball, but best of. Oh no, hold on. You passed your command upgrade check. If you have, well done, buddy. As your an examiner, what's your typical failure rate of people who examine? Not something I want to really discuss it here, but incredibly low. Incredibly low. You know, most checks are always a pass. It's tough too because if no one uses it, you don't see the problem. But I don't want to use effectively pre-release software. I think you're talking about something else. Scotty 2, what do you intend to do for 100,000 subs? We'll be supporting a charity. I've already decided the charity. I'll be doing a very long-winded stream, something along the line of 8 hours long. Some sort of endurance for me, something testing, something difficult. I think I might fly an old aircraft, something with no autopilot, over a body of water. So I've got no choice but to carry on until I get there. Or maybe something with floats so I can have a break. But that's the plan, something enduring and testing for myself. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done a charity stream. I was hoping to get to 100,000 subscribers a lot sooner, but I think with having the baby this year, getting married this year, my priorities were different. My priorities are still always going to be to support and spend time with my family and friends, and the channel is a hobby of mine. One I'm very grateful for all of you supporting, so thank you indeed. Yeah, I don't intend stopping. 100,000 subscribers and only upwards, and I always believe you should do things in life that you enjoy doing. I love doing this. I find it so fun to talk to you, but one of the massive benefits is it keeps me sharp, keeps me current, because you ask some fantastic questions, and sometimes I have to double check things in the manuals, and it just allows me to refresh my knowledge. You know, I've born into aviation. I love aviation, I love flight simming. I've been flight simming for 25 years of my life, a quarter of a century. Still am doing it to this day. I had such a buzz from doing it. Amazing. Right then, it's 3 minutes to midnight here in the UK. I'll get ready for my special timer. Can you see desktop sims being approved for flight training elements like recurrent or type rating training? Can they be used on an unofficial basis? Absolutely. And I'll be perfectly honest, if on a type rating someone's used something like the PMDG 7.3 or Zemo or whatever, they usually perform better. And the reason is the FMC. FMC, if you're not succinct or up to speed with that, it's a big element of operating the aircraft, and people who are up to speed by practicing these add-ons that use it are really at an advantage during the type rating. Regarding official use, isn't Microsoft and Boeing or something along those lines, PMDG, working together to do something? I'm not so sure, but on an official basis, everything has to be ticked, certified and checked, so probably not, but there's no bite the bullet here. You really could benefit from using these. I'll put in an example. I flew to Corfu. I was mentioning this to one of my cadets today in the sim. I flew to Corfu last summer, a couple of summers ago, and I practiced this really tricky RMP approach, a brand new one, the runway 14 at Corfu, in real life. The day before, I did it in the sim, just to see the picture of how it looked in Corfu with the scenery and whatnot. I did it in real life, and it was identical. It was so useful to practice and see it in real life, to practice the configuration point and see what it looked like. It was really, really useful. Amazing. 1 minute to midnight. You know, with me and my OCD, I want to start this timer precisely at midnight. So when it reaches 0, it'll be precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be with you in my pyjamas having a cup of tea. Irish pilot, absolutely. And did you say earlier you were a colleague of mine? I can't remember. Generic pilot, no comment if you said. Oh, good, well done with your command upgrade anyway. Stream has now 167 likes, 67. children. Right, let's get ready with my 7-hour timer. Hopefully it'll work. I didn't actually test it before the stream. There we go, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, midnight. There we are. Crew rest ends in 7 hours. Right, guys, I'm going to bid you all farewell. For those of you who are new to an overnight long haul, I would love to be with you for 7 hours, but I have rest, baby, etc, etc, real life. But the stream continues. We'll put some chill vibe music on. I'll put you in a sort of view. If I leave you about
50,
here.
40,
Oh!
30,
MGS
20,
is that for the morning. Thank you
10.
very much for your €5 donation for a cup of tea.
For cup of tea, winking face emoji.
Very kind. For a cup of tea, winking face emoji. Thank you very much. Well, before I get up, I'll get myself a cup of tea from the local instead of making one with that. Thank you very much for your generosity, most kind. Oh no, I'll stay at 3.9. The reason I can stay at 3.9 because I'm filed at 3.9 the whole way. And I want to have maximum mover capability in case there is some turbulence. But yeah, look, if I keep you guys in that sort of view, that way I think you can see me progress en route. You can sort of see a bit out the window. How's that looking, guys? Are you happy with that view there? Don't forget to log off that sim. Oh yes, thanks for reminding me. Disconnecting. There we are. Oh, we could just see the contrail disappear from the aircraft ahead. So I've got a good map view there. PC's running at a cool temperature. Everything's happy. I'll turn up the music a little bit as well, so you can enjoy the chill vibes. And I'll see you guys 7 o'clock in the morning. Chart maybe. Chart's all there on the left. Keep it nice and tidy. Or you can stay on VATSIM and score 7600 for an unethical tip. We won't use that. Guys, good night. I'll see you all at 7 o'clock in the morning. Ciao.
I'ma get it over in my head. White t-shirt, blue jeans. I can never get enough of you. Bright sneakers on, getting ready for a flashback. Time keeps moving on, looking at you, feeling like I can never, like I can never get enough of you. And I can never get enough of you. I can never get enough of you. And I can never get enough of you.
Different doesn't mean anything bad. It just means that you're special. You're one of a kind. Different doesn't mean anything bad. It just means that you're special. You're one of a kind.
everyone. 3 minutes past 7 GMT. 3 minutes late. Our daughter was sick. Just never giving milk on the bed. So I had to strip the bed, pop it in the wash. And I feel very nasally. My nose is completely blocked. Good day to you all. Morning. Algorithm 5812, CK Sim Gaming, Andy, Ruben, Larry, Steve, Office Patrick. Hope you're doing well. Oh yes, let's actually see where we are. Look at the sun rising as well. What a perfect time to come back. Master cushion fuel, center tank pumps off. Don't worry, they turn off after 10 seconds if they've been running dry. But as a precaution, we always turn them off anyway. But 7:04 in the morning. 8 hours, 17 minutes, airborne, 4.9 tons. Cost index 0, so the Mach number's gone right down to 7.1 as we've lightened the load. 390 up to 4.1 would definitely go, we'd have done that by now. Oops, forget to use my MC pin. So we'll step up, 410. Very oriental music, try something else. Oh, this song's actually called Morning Chirping, we'll go with that one. 410 set, we'll just set it on the overhead panel and we'll push outer to vent as well. And up we'll go. Sorry, ETA now. So look, with full tank of fuel, 3 tons on arrival, we've saved a bit of fuel. Now one thing you guys don't have access to, but we do at our operator now, is with the Jeppesen app we have something called the Flight Deck Pro, and it actually gives you a more optimal cost index based off your current gross weight. So what we'll do is I'm going to use that in the background to probably get a high cost index in. So I was hoping to descend in 30 minutes, but it looks like it's going to be another yeah, it's going to be another hour or 50 minutes, so we'll probably speed up slightly. Good morning, Andy. Long time no speak. Been there, done that with the sick child. Mine's 25 now, so usually self-inflicted. I don't get involved. Not at that age. We do well, buddy. To be fair, I don't feel 100% today. You sound like 7 o'clock. It's this cold, I can't shift it. But I can't clear my ears at the moment, that's a problem. For real flying. Don't ever fly if you can't clear your ears using the Valsalva manoeuvre. You need to clear your Eustachian tubes. See how I feel in a couple of hours. Looking good. I'm usually always up at 6:30, 7 o'clock anyway. Yeah, we should have, even though this is, I think Steve somewhat correctly identified, chat, this is the shortest day of the year. Currently over the Atlantic, look. There we are, just past egg clock. Actually, I better log back in on that soon. So what I'll do is just fire up my flight plan, refile it, and then log back in. There we are. File flight plan filed. Go back to vPilot. Connect. We've reconnected to the network. Still got the squawk from earlier. 3540. Excuse me. Sir, why are you up so early? It's not that early. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning. Oxpatrick, sorry to hear about your cold. Wishing you a quick recovery. Thank you. This is the second cold I've had in about a month. It's a time of year. I blame children. Alright, what we'll do is crank up the speed slightly, so you can actually change if you go index performance your cost index flight. What I'll do, I'll go to the regular 30, execute, so we'll see it'll now accelerate to 7.9. So yeah, our operator, we've used fixed cost indexes for a long time, but now we've started using this variable cost index from Jeppesen to change it for the climb and cruise. Jackie Jacker, good morning, hope you're doing well. Somebody wake up Jim. Oh, he's jumped out. Completely silent. wonder what FPS I'm getting here over the Atlantic. It's so smooth. 50. I mean, not a single stutter. Let's have a little look outside. Watch your ears, guys. Alright, there's the Milky Way. It's not quite as clear as that usually. If your eyes have really adapted, you don't get this sort of, if you zoom in, that sort of colour. I mean, that's it's like a static image. It's not even moving. That lighting is very good. Look, it looks very strange. Excellent. Morning, Flying Walnut. Decided to fly from Stansted to celebrate the arrival of the new aircraft. Fantastic. Yes, this is Alpaca Airways' newest aircraft. Brand new, yet not new 737NG. Not that these are produced anymore, but I'll imagine it has been. Alpaca has received its 1000th 737NG. Jackie Jack, did you get chase plane? No. I might do for 2024 new PC. Anyway, we're actually in domestic airspace. We were Scottish now. We haven't had any opportunity to do a fuel check, obviously because I've been asleep, but we have just passed Ratsu, so, or Elcog even, so let's have a little look here if I press progress page. So Elcog, we were 707, 4.8 tonnes of fuel. Probably passed it 2 minutes ago, so we'll call it 8 hours 20 minutes airborne. Quick check of the flight plan, Alcog. There we are, so 8 hours 18, we're 8 hours 20, so pretty much bang on flight time. We should have 4.1 tonnes of fuel. We've got 4.7, so we saved about 600 kilos. Go here to engine, select fuel used. Show us a down arrow. Yeah, so we've used 16.2 tonnes of fuel. So probably about 16 tonnes of Elcog, 16.8. Yeah, so we saved about 600 kilos, 500-600 kilos. It's great. Listen, in that's Milky Way when your lights have been turned off. Yes. Ruben, have a look at your target descent speed. Is it still quite low, or are there realistic figures? So cost index 30, it should be 273 knots every single time. 273 knots per phase. Your descent speed in the 737 is only based off your cost index. Climb and cruise speed can vary based off other parameters, but for cost index 30 I know it's 273 knots. It's always worked very well. It's a really good FMC in the PMDG. The most complete. Hello Hot Dog, good morning. How does variable cost index calculation work? Do you perform the calculation for different phases of flight, climb, cruise, descent, or just once for the whole flight? So on the ground we put in the... Actually, you know what, I'll have a quick look. I haven't actually used it much. I've only flown twice in the last month, been busy in the sim. And the last time I used it was when I flew. It was about 3 weeks ago. I'm just having a look here on the app. So I think I've got to... I can't show you this app because I'm a work operator, guys, I'm afraid. But flight cost index. So you have to put the aircraft's tail number in. So I'll do that now. Return tail number not found.
Welcome.
Flight number optional. So you put in your takeoff weight. What was our takeoff rate? 63 tons. So I can show you a little bit of that. Oh, I can't. So basically, for climb, you put in your registration of the aircraft, you put in your takeoff weight, and it gives you a recommended climb cost index. So I got 25 from a random registered aircraft in the fleet. For the cruise, you enter your current gross weight. So what I'll do, I'll use what we have now. So our current gross weight is 46.9. I'll call it 47. You put the outside air temperature, static, which is minus 62. And the flight level 410. And that's giving me also a cost index of 25. So I'll show you the figures. Hold on. Just making sure I can show these to you guys. Oh, I've just the app's just reset. Anyway, you have to believe me. Yeah, so you put in the static air temperature cost index. Sorry, static air temperature gross weight of your aircraft. It will give you this cost index, but only applicable for the climb and cruise. Ruben, okay, funny enough, mine showed 245 knots, but must have been SimBrief giving me a ridiculously low cost index. Yeah, so your descent speed will be based off the cost index you put in on the performance page. If you put in cost index 30, it is every time going to be 273 knots, regardless of any other parameters. Funny, Boeing tricked us with a used aircraft instead of a new one, yes. Picked up the wrong one at the fourth quarter. Steve, I will get chase plane in the new year. Over the last few months, between the PC upgrades and extra hardware, wing, and spent over $3 grand. So I have to wait for my wallet to stop bleeding. Yeah, all this stuff's really expensive. Actually, Wing did drop me an email. I think they're doing a promotion with PMDG at the moment, whereby if you own the PMDG or purchase the PMDG, you get a free giveaway entry into some Wing hardware. Or if you have the Wing hardware, you get into the PMDG. All the information's on the Wing social media pages. How do air temperature and gross weight correlate? Let's do it. Obviously, the performance of the aircraft, the engine. So the iPad will use that calculation to provide a cost index which saves fuel. So you think a high cost index, you go a bit faster, generally use fuel, but sometimes you spend longer in the cruise, so it's more beneficial to use a high cost index. Fairly interesting. I always put a 200 cost index or less. Anything sort of greater than 100 is pointless because it's all the same speeds. I think it's like 70, anything over 70 or 80. I think that the highest you could input is 300. Excuse me, guys. There we go. Awesome. So we'll just sit in the cruise. We're approaching the north of Scotland soon. We'll be going over Northern Ireland, crossing into Ireland. Descent will start in about 40 minutes. We'll start setting up in 20 minutes time. Lifetime live weather, OK Studio Studio for Dublin installs. I doubt there's many people on VATSIM around this part of the world. Let's have a little look here. Live traffic. Oh look, it's always just past me. KLM 777 going to Kia. Is that Houston, I think? Very good. Otherwise, between us and Dublin, there's 2 aircraft. Don't think we'll find any ATC. No, everyone's doing the right thing, sleeping.
minimums, approaching minimums.
Awesome. Gary, thank you very much, buddy. 20 months as a member. Laminar are to be doing some good stuff with 12.4 beta. 3080 Ti is finally earning its keep, extra 10 to 15 FPS. I've heard about this. This is fantastic news. However, I've made a new rule on this channel. I will not opt into any flight sim beta because opting in and opting out seems to cause issues my side, because my issues started with X-Plane when I opted out of the beta when 12.3 was released, and it never worked properly since with the launching the sim. So I will use 12.4 and the improved performance as soon as it gets released to the main X-Plane, because I've never used sim updates in beta in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So yes, we were used to it. But that's great news. I mean, hopefully my new PC I'll get improved performance anyway, but 12.4 goes public, only benefit. Morning Sim Bear, how was your crew rest? Very good, slept very well, albeit blocked. I gave myself a spray of Sudafed to help the nose, but I cannot breathe out my nose at the moment, and I don't want to keep using the nasal spray, but it's my ears which is the issue today. Can't clear them. Yeah, got a good 7 hours sleep. Woke up 10 minutes before the alarm. 10 minutes was due here. Joe, my wife, bought my daughter. Joe slept in the spare bedroom last night because obviously doesn't want to catch my cold, but also just to when I'm working, give me a good night's sleep. Past baby, and then picked her up and I was like, oh, my hand's a bit wet. The light was off. Turned the lights on. She'd been sick all down my arm, down the bed, on the floor. Which is why I'm about 3 or 4 minutes late. These things happen. John, you sound sick AF. I know. I'm completely blocked. I feel okay. Yeah, a spare bedroom for redundancy. It's the baby's room, and we have a spare bed in the baby's room at the moment. So yes. Steve, yeah, again, using betas is just asking for stability issues, especially as a streamer. Yeah, absolutely. So I will be no longer using them. Don't mind a beta aircraft or something like that, but not the core simulator. Bars, you tried the X-Phone beta yesterday. Quick test showed I didn't actually gain anything, though I upgraded my CPU to a 7800X3D recently. Okay. I guess not every single spec or PC spec is necessarily going to gain performance improvements. I did see some people comment on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 with the Sim Update 4 update, and not everyone was seeing performance improvements. I think the vast majority were, but there were a few people that didn't. Good morning, Super Groby 1061. This is a lovely time of morning to fly, very calm, quiet on the radio. Steve, yeah, the difference between a cold and the flu is one is just damn annoying and convenient, the other will wipe you out. Oh yeah, this is definitely a cold, definitely not COVID or flu. I feel actually okay. Bell, good morning. If you left click the cup holder, a Lebsit appear. Now the 737 is back in my hangar. Find myself thinking the same thing every approach planning, flat 30 or flat 40 landing. Great question. Default is flat 30. Flat 40, it provides more drag, but will provide shorter landing distance. So yes, flat 40 is to be used where performance dictates. And it's used typically on runways around less than 2,000 meters, 2,200, but it can be used any other time. If you want to vacate a particular intersection, of course you can use flat 40, but the roll rate's a little bit increased with flat 40 as well. So default flat 30, flat 40 where required performance. Super Grumpy, have a nice Christmas, you and your family. Thank you very much. You and you too, my friend. Thanks for being. Scotland in sight. Yes, there it is. Land ahoy, ladies and gentlemen. To be fair, we flew over all of Greenland and Iceland, but there we are. Scotland in sight. Always, is it Stoneway? Stornoway? Not long to go now, guys. So they use flat 40 into LCFR. I'm not sure where that is, but somewhere in France. Is that France, LC? Gosh, I got a mind blank. No, where's LC? If I can't remember. Steve, alpaca branded Lebsit, we need it. Deeper Mantis, I'm a VR flyer. Before Sim Update 4, I was using DLSS in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Don't use that because it makes all the screens blurry. Fine if you're flying VFR, but TAA you have to use to get the screen clarity. After submit before, I'm using TAA and it's like DLSS performance. That's a good way of comparison. Good way of comparison. Jackie Jacker, good morning. How do you set up a hold in the 737? It's a very basic question. I'm all about basic questions and basic answers. Let's say Belzoo ATC for whatever reason said Dublin closed, hold Belzoo. The easiest way is to always press the hold button. Now you have then the option to select any of the waypoints in the FMC, for example Belzoo, or if you press PPOS it will immediately hold present position if you execute it. So in this case it defaults your inbound track right now, right hand turns 1.5 minute legs, which is standard holding time at this altitude. But if you press hold Belzoo, you can then put in the information on that page. You can put EFC times. This is quite clever. It calculates your hold available time until you get to your reserve fuel, best holding speed as well. You can change from time to a distance, and then you just simply execute it. And the beauty is it will then enter the hold correctly, direct, offset, parallel based off your inbound track, and you can descend in the hold as required. Very easy. Oh, Rodez. Very good. Nice morning in Rodez by the looks of it. Actually, what's the weather in Dublin? I think landing easterly today. Andy, hope you're doing well. My first day off since the PMDG release. Now purchased and installing. However, using Z-Boat Exploit 12 for this current Manchester-Dublin sector. I wish you more luck than I did on my members group flight on Sunday doing that sector. Hoping to time this just right. Ah yes, Andy, so if you push back we'll hopefully hear your voice on VATSIM, and you'll hear my dulcet tone when we check in on Unicom. Or advisory. I am Hoo, good morning. When using flap 5 for takeoff as default, the calculator spits out margin of 20 metres. We'll consider changing the parameters. How much margin are you generally willing to accept? The OPT, when you talk about margin, I presume that you have 20 metres of accelerate stop distance available until you go off the end of the runway, because that's typically what happens when you're field length limited. Use 0. You know, some operators, I believe there is margin, but it's safe to use 0. That means if you stop at V1, perform the rejected takeoff manoeuvre correctly, you'll stop before the end of the runway. And there is some elements of factoring into that, so you know it presumes a delay of, I can't remember, it's 1 or 2 seconds before closing at V1, so you should safely stop unless you really screw up the RTO manoeuvre. And of course that the OPT data is accurate. It's very important that it is all accurately completed. Most common runway accidents in aviation today are runway excursions, and a lot of the, if you look into investigations of runway excursions, be it on takeoff, landing, it's poor performance data. A lot of accidents have been caused by that. Most commonly pilot error, of course, but a lot of them have performance data. So my operator, we have very robust SOPs to cross-check the performance, make sure we're all correct, happy and satisfied. How empty are the fuel tanks? We've got 4.2 tonnes and landing with 2.9. Our reserves are 2, so we've got an extra 20 minutes of fuel. We're right on the maximum range for an empty 737 this sector. What was it, 4,200 miles? If we had a full load of passengers, we would probably be about to flame out now. 8 hours, 40 minutes airborne, guys. John, enter the hold over Ockham. Favourite thing to hear after a 9-hour flight. Yep, first wave, London Heathrow, very common. Sasha, you're also flying into Dublin. Just before 8. We are, well, 8:28 will be earlier than that, because we're going to probably shorten a lot of this arrival. So a very long point merge arrival in the FMC. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, quite impressive for the NG. This is what it could do. You know, when the aircraft was delivered to Europe, UK, northern France, probably could safely get to. You wouldn't get much further, to be fair. I wonder where they stopped off. Probably stopped off in Iceland to refuel. Super Gropey. I'm torn between keeping Microsoft Flight Sim and getting Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 because I have a lot of scenery bought for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Is it easy to transfer it and explain? You might find that a lot of the scenery is compatible with 2024. Most developers have done a free upgrade. I'll show you something I do, guys. If I press this. Excuse me. I have saved I'm just moving things around up here. Where's my display capture? This is every scenery I have for every simulator, so I keep a list of it. So it's most commonly so I can actually find where it is because I use so many stores. So here's all of my X-Plane scenery, look. And all of my Microsoft Flight Sim scenery, INI builds for example, Orbex, Contrail. And a lot of these are compatible with 2024, however I have started a new list for scenery I have purchased for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. But it's really useful for me, so I can plan streams and whatnot. But members, the use destination suggestion tab, I've had loads of new destination suggestions. I'm going to copy that to my forum post. And I will work through that over the coming months. So yeah. Larry, you must have very low barometric pressure there. Yeah, well spotted high over the altitude. I mean, let's have a look here. Get the better. Yeah, 100. Oh, not that low. Shouldn't be as much as that. I wonder what that altitude's actually corresponding to. Is it height above sea level exactly? Not sure. Excuse me, I have to keep muting the stream to cough, guys. Two tons, good night, buddy. Yeah, it must be getting early in the morning for you. Perfect turning to Cade out on NS. Not sure where that state that is, but fantastic. Good landing, sir. Well spotted, Larry. Well spotted. Yep. Reykjavik. Is it Keflavik or Reykjavik? Not sure. So, but it's used a lot on some of the routes, including the staged Alpica delivery flight. Very good. Tell you one thing I wouldn't do. I would never do a delivery flight a single engine piston aircraft over here like a lot of people do. Gosh, you got to be brave. Good morning, Kevin. Checking in from Nashville. Wish you, the family, and everyone on the channel Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, if all goes to plan, I hope to do one more stream before Christmas on the 23rd. New PC arrives tomorrow, and I'm working in the evening in the sim, but hopefully if I have time to get it all set up, I'll do a stream on the 23rd, the day before Christmas Eve, on my new PC, and just test out the spec. So something Christmas themed. In fact, I think MK Shooter sent me an updated Rovaniemi scenery, so good look at that, and test out the performance. I mean, to be fair, when you're in the cruise like this, I mean, smooth as silk, probably won't notice much difference, but I might depart somewhere like Heathrow, or Frankfurt, somewhere that's really demanding, turn on all the settings high and just see how the aircraft performs, because my FPS does suffer when I'm sort of flying from the big major airports. I think the stream we did in the PMDG 737 went to Munich during a busy VATS event and we were at 20 FPS. That's hopefully where I'll provide a much nicer civic experience for those watching the streams flying into these large airports. But this is the final stream on my existing Chillblast PC, and this PC has done incredibly well. 4 years of stress-free streaming. The only stress being caused by add-ons and the simulators themselves. The PC hasn't missed a beat. It purrs along. Everyone said to me when I purchased this PC, "Oh, the case, it doesn't have fans at the front. It's a solid front. Or you're going to overheat." Never had a problem. It's got so many fans in it. She's just whirring away in the background. I'll just show you her hidden in the corner. Oops, I've just dropped something. There we are. Let me bring up my lovely PC. There she is, whirring in the corner. You see the CPU cooler. No fans at the front. There are fans there, but the air only comes in from the side. And of course, it's a Chillblast PC. You can see it there. But yeah, it will become a backup PC, as I was mentioning yesterday, for a few months, just in case I do have any hardware issues with my new computer. And it'll find a new life. Just reset the camera, guys. Hold on. Oh yeah, there I am with my pajamas. Perfect. Boz, I've wondered about this for a while, and your cold just reminded me about it. What happens if a pilot sneezes whilst he's flaring on landing? He'll be flaring blind. Good point. I don't think it's ever happened to me. I mean, yes, you are briefly closing your eyes. You'd probably hand over control briefly to your colleague. It's an interesting point. But if you found yourself in a position where you felt like you couldn't fly safely, you'd have to probably consider handing over control just prior to the flare. I mean, if you sneeze, it is momentarily eyes closed, but it's something you need to do. There's nothing in the SOP says that if you're about to sneeze, hand over control. Anyway, Paul, sorry if you answer this, but are you operating to your cold? Been there, done that. It's never nice. I am scheduled to work. If I can clear my ears, I'll fly. If I can't, I won't. It's as simple as that. I only feel well enough, but it is so important. If you cannot clear your Eustachian tubes, just don't fly, because you're risking barotrauma. At the moment, I can't clear my ears, but if I was in the sim, it'd be fine. We'll see. That's for me to decide. Wolf says, let's have a look at this. Larry, will the new PC be water cooled or just the fans? It would just be fans using a CPU cooler. Don't need water cooling. I looked into it. It's, I think, for most PCs that sort of home users have, reading into it, it's more a gimmick as opposed to actually being used, and it needs to be maintained, doesn't it? You have to change the water, and water and electronics don't go well. There are a number of water-cooled PCs available, but I sort of read into it. It looks cool aesthetically, but I don't think with the efficiency fans produce, and if you can move the heat out the case quickly and replace it with cool air, from my understanding, most powerful desktop PCs are more than capable of staying cool with fans. It's only like the higher end CPUs, like the i9s, I think, which have cooling issues. i9s and the highest AMD Ryzen processor, which I didn't have. I was told not to get the i9 or the Ryzen 9. It's more suited for sort of video editing as opposed to streaming and playing sims. Valley, I've just started my basic IR training. Do you think you could prepare for an IR rating with desktop sim? Absolutely, yeah, brilliant as a procedural trainer. Not to actually learn to physically fly the aeroplane, but using, if you use the autopilot, getting used to HSIs, OBSs, standard instrumentation. Brilliant, brilliant supplement to real world training. Gary, powerful PCs are great, but they produce a heat responding reactor. What this PC does, goodness knows what my 5090 at full whack's going to produce, but not an issue in the winter, where if I just open the window slightly, got lovely fresh cool air. But in the summer, if any of you remember when I was streaming in the summer, it was so hot. I bought an AC unit. Steve, at least you are not pressurised in the sim. Absolutely. So, you know, working in a simulator, obviously if you're ill, you're ill, but you know, certain calls can make you feel rubbish, but I'd be fine in a full motion simulator today. I'd just say to start the session, I wouldn't shake the guy's hand. I've got quite a bad cold, obviously blowing my nose, but it is the pressure that can be an issue with bad colds. And as we were discussing yesterday, when you go around, your sinuses are clear, your ears can equalise the pressure in the eustachian tube. When you have a cold, the blood vessels in your ear become inflamed, and you can actually, your eustachian tube can be unblocked. So when you climb and descend, the air pressure doesn't equalise to what's going on outside. Climbing isn't so bad, but descent, when the air's trying to get out, well, if your ear's blocked, it's incredibly painful, and it can actually cause your eardrum to burst. And I've flown with someone who suffered from this, flew with a cold, eustachian tube was blocked, his eardrum did burst. So he said not only was it the most excruciating thing he'd ever experienced, it damaged his ear, it affected his hearing. He was off work for about a year. So this is the best thing to do is hold your nose now, guys, and blow, which I just did now, and I cannot actually clear my ears. So I'd say my cold is quite bad, but every cold is different. I feel fine, like I can go about the work day normally. I don't feel like I need to go to bed. I'm very well rested. But the fact I cannot clear my ears is a precursor not to go flying in real life. Oh, Simba, you have a liquid cooled PC. Fair enough. I mean, some people it looks great. Do you have to maintain that every year then? I'd be really curious as to what work's needed when you have a water cooled PC. CK, do you ever wave at people at live streaming at airports? Yeah, why not? Have a little quick wave. Steve, now if you set up properly, especially if undervolting, you can keep the heat down on an AMD. Intel have a little radiators. It's good to know. Well, I'm looking forward to this. First time I've had an AMD processor. When I built this PC 4 years ago, I think AMD processors were sort of becoming popular, but now I think they produce far better performance than the Intel processor. Steve, 5090 has massive cooling built into its design, just all the power going into it. Such a badly designed by a tiny power connector is more of an issue, as we discussed, Steve, in detail. In fact, Steve and I were discussing, and I think initially your sort of precursor was probably stay away from the 5090 with these issues, and if I was custom building one, I certainly would myself, but the fact mine's been built by Chillblast with a 5-year warranty gives me a bit more sort of peace of mind that they don't want this overheating, so I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. Fingers crossed. Morning, Mr. Flight Sim. Sorry to hear you're feeling a bit rough. Get well soon. Cheers, buddy. Oxford, so would you recommend for passengers who can't clear their tube to cancel their flight? I'd seriously consider it. Absolutely. Just search online. I mean, I'll show you. I'll try and find the reference. AI overview, why not? To be fair, it's pretty good. There you go, I'll use this web page. Oops, I can't get Chrome to open, so let me just, I have to get Chrome to work, Streamlabs, you have to open the web page in which you saved it, so all I have to do is open SimBrief, and there you go, it'll open it up there. Yes, flight exceeds aircraft range. It should be fine. Flying with eustachian tube dysfunction, so flying with a blocked ear basically, carries the risk of middle ear damage and in rare cases severe inner ear damage. Eustachian tube provides a connection from the back of the nose to the ear and allows equalisation of pressure changes. Normally gentle swallowing, yawning or popping the ears allows this tube to open. So most people who don't have a cold, you can do this. Hold your nose below, you'll feel them pop, which is great. When the tube is not functioning properly, equalisation does not occur and there is a degree of discomfort. The commonest exasperating factor is a simple cold where the nose becomes congested. Some people have long-standing problems with their eustachian tubes and can have problems with any other exasperating events. There's a simple manoeuvres to help. So auto-inflation exercises, nasal decongestant sprays. I've been using this, it helps a lot, and these are ways of fixing it. Extreme pace, especially people who continue to have problems, you might have some work done on. So yeah, you know, your risk of not being able to clear the eustachian tube of flying, you can risk this, you know, damage to your ear. It's just not worth it. But you know, I was able to clear them last night, but we'll just have to see. But I only ever fly an aeroplane in real life if I'm 100% fit to do so. Cheers, John. What to tell you? Good luck. We're all counting on you. Thank you. What is the planned flight time? 9 hours 45 minutes. So we're going to probably be slightly longer than that. Anyway, guys, we are just to the west of Scotland. I think we'd best start setting up for the approach into Dublin, guys. Alright then. So, always starts descent page, forecast. Fetch the winds. You'll also find on the new stream in X-Plane, I probably won't have the overlay. I will in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, but I need to talk to some pro streamers and see what overlays they're using. This overlay I'm using is great, but it is old and it's no longer updated. It's 4 years out of date. Load. Winds are in. Execute. Excuse me. Let's go here to lights. Go over here to Dublin. Let's check the weather. Oh, look at that! Variable 2 knots, 10k. Oh, what are they landing on in real life in Dublin? Are they on 2.8? I'm gonna have a quick look at flight radar, guys. I thought they'd be on easterlies. Flight radar. Oh, they're on 1.0 in real life. Look, we'll stick with that. It's because it's forecast to go easterly, so they've stuck with it. So yeah, we'll land on runway 10 left, which is the landing runway. 10 right. Actually, first wave. Do I still stick with that? So I'm going to look at flight radar again. Yeah, 10 left. That's typically what they do. Cool. QNH then is 1004. Execute fixed rings, runway 10 left. 10. 4. 3 times height, so at 41,000 feet, top percent will be about 123 miles from the airport. You'll notice it's a lot further in because of the point merge arrivals, which is normal. So coming in via NEMAT. NEMAT is flight level 240 below. Excuse me, guys. Oh, look at the sun rising, beautiful. So I think I get myself in a position where you guys can see the ND. So NEMAT 240 below, check. So we're going to then go to Erken. If it's quiet, you might get a more direct routing, but we'll stick with the flight plan first. I might give myself a shortcut later. Elbon. And then we get to Asdir, and Asdir, there's this point merge arrival. Now, the beauty of a point merge arrival is this restriction will put you on profile for a shortcut. So, if it's quiet, ATC will probably give you vectors after Asdir and route you towards Ibiza. If not, you just maintain 80220 knots all the way around the point merge until you get to Delta Whiskey 666. After that, you descend to IFBAP 4,000 feet. And then after IFBAP, you actually make a right turn base leg to Suboff. But the arrival's correct. If you go via AXSCOP, you might get tactical routing by ATC. If on-nav equipment fails, advise ATC. Vertical planning information. Pilots must inform ATC if unable to comply with any level or speed constraint. Your actual descent clearance will be as directed by ATC. Terrain alerts may be encountered. Aircraft which are exceeding the standard speed restrictions whilst at or below 5,000 feet. Because of terrain to the south, there's high terrain here. So yeah, all looking okay for us. Let's select approach. ILS 10 left. Great then, so we can see via IFBAP we'll get to Suboff. Suboff is on the extended centre line, and then we'll make a turn towards the final approach fix of Ibiza. And that's all coded, SEBEF Ibiza. Now Suboff, I'd probably bring the speed down to 180 knots or below. Yes, the restriction on the arrival is, but we want to bring the speed down on base leg. Excuse. Right then, let's get the rest tuned. So ILS frequency, keep the charts up for you. 109.55. Active. 109.55. Active. 14.9. 14.9. Course is 097. 097. 097. 3,000 feet. Platform at Ibiza. Checked. Refer to the bottom of the chart for minimums. Cap on ILS. Scary C. It's 505, 270 feet up off the ground, non-standard. So we'll set 505 on the altimeter. Barrier minimums. It's quicker to do this instead of using the EFIS panel, which defeats the object of having the EFIS panel, but it'd be nice if you hold it down, it decreases in 10-foot increments quickly like the real aircraft. On the physical panel, that is. RVR needed 600 metres, so 50 metres more than sort of standard Cat 1 RVR requirements. So, we've checked the lateral routing all the way to Ibiza, down to runway 10 left threshold. If we have to go around, we'll push Toga once, we'll go around flat 15, set go around thrust, pause rate of climb, gear up, 400 feet LNAV, we'll climb to Delta Whiskey 906, Delta Whiskey 907, max 200 knots, Delta Whiskey 908, also max 200 knots, 3,000 feet. So 200 knots, we actually have to maintain flat 5, which will give us a speed of 182 knots until outer quiet speed window opens, and then we can bug the speed restriction of 200. There we are. MSA, as we discussed already, highest terrain to the south, 4,000 feet. So we covered everything on the chart. We'll put on standby Dublin VOR, why not? It's not used on the missed approach, but 14.9. Great. Any guesses on what our final approach speed would be today? Our VREF at this gross weight. What's our gross weight? I won't show you, because it'll show you what the VREF will be. But you can expect it to be very low. Long old Dublin and long old runway in Dublin as I recall. Yes, absolutely. This to me reckons 127. Point merge arrivals are a thing of beauty when approaching a busy airport, makes things much easier. Absolutely. Let's have a look then. VREF is 123 for flat 30, 116 for flat 40. They're bang on for empty aircraft, so ferry flights, this is what you typically land at. So, look, we've got more than ample performance, but we always do the performance regardless. So, performance tool, landing en route, runway 10 left, import aircraft details, import the weather, flap 30, I mean, order brake 3. You've got to work out where you want to vacate first, so just bring up the airport chart. 3,109 metres. Oh, I mean, we'd have no issue vacating November 4, really. If you go here, Dublin, taxi, find the briefing, you will find where the preferential vacating point is. There we are, 10 left. Oh, that's line up point. Where's the preferential runway vacation points? We have this in our briefing packs, but you will get it from the Jefferson charts. find it. Departures. Well, we're gonna vacate at. You'd always, if you're not sure, confirm with ATC, but we'll easily be able to vacate November 4 at this gross weight. So November 4 is about halfway, slightly over halfway, it's about 1,700 meters. So if I use auto brake flap 30, auto brake 3, 1,300. Yeah, we'll be stopping. I'll go auto brake 2. I can always then override the brakes. Where's the auto brake? Auto brake 2. This is unfactored. 1,800. I'll go auto brake 2 and we'll disengage the brakes manually. If I miss November 4, we'll just go to November 3. Happy days. And then where do you want me to park, guys? Probably somewhere on the northern edge. Northern apron. November 3. There's a hangar there. We drop it off one of the delivery hangars to be entered into service next day. Anyway. Gonna burn 700 kilos, 45.1 for the landing. Flap 30, auto brake 3. I think that's a PMDG thing, glide slope on. I've seen that on the older builds. Anyway, there we are. All done. Guys, we've got 25 miles till top descent. I'm just gonna take this opportunity to have a quick toilet break before we start our descent. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. See you in a second. Oh, that was good timing. Hello again. Right then, reset MCP altitude. So the first restriction 240 below. Set that on the MCP and leave it in VNAV. It'll commence descent. So after 9 hours, 11 minutes, this is going to be one of the longest. Yeah, this is going to be the longest ever sector I've done in the history of streaming in the 737. we've done some slightly longer flights distance-wise in some of the other add-ons, some of the wide-body jets. There we are. Lepe, is 10 right main landing runway, or has that changed? As far as I know, 10 left is the preferred runway for landing when on the easterly config. Top of the set, ladies and gentlemen, down we go. As we just passed over, it's over just to the west of Belfast. Look. Over to the left hand side, there it is. Sim's looking fantastic. Watch your ears, just jump outside for a sec. Beautiful. Look at how smooth it is. Cancel my new PC order. What block fuel did you take, Jamlin? We brimmed the tanks. 20.8 tons. Couldn't get any more fuel in. We've got 3.3 now. We needed it. So when you're descending like this, keep an eye on your speed. Obviously it's trickling above Mach 0.80 with a cost index of 30. You can just, so at this point I'll probably just introduce a little bit of speed brake. This can happen in the real aircraft as well. With high cost indexes, it starts descending at quite a high Mach number. Until you convert, you just kind of get quite close to MMO. The sound of the speed brake is actually great. That's very realistic. Right, there we are on speed. Slowly slow the speed brake. Next milk for this. Oh, I want to keep using Zebo. MogF will be end of January. I'll find a date here for the 73rd, but yeah, I want to get X-Plane all working again. Does your operator require 2 people in the cockpit at all times for blue race? Yes, we do. Most operators will have specific procedures. Yep, Steve. Between the longest route and using the new 738, this is a great way to say goodbye to this PC. It is. Just see me for another hour, alright? Hang in there. These are fun doing these overnight streams though. They've proved to be quite popular. A lot of people watch them on replay. I doubt they watch the entire thing, but certainly the approach and landing. Just keep an eye on the speed, but it's now converted to indicated, so you shouldn't get MMO or the maximum speed will just start increasing beyond our present speed now. We'll bring the charts up here. So, my apologies guys for all the coughing and wheezing. Electronic flight bag charts, arrival. Star event is going to be the 9 Mach 3 Romeo. Oh yeah, right at the top, look. Boom, approach. Pilot's 10 left, boom. So we'll monitor our progress when we get to NEMATs. The lighting is exactly as per the real thing, it's so good. Stephen, yeah, always fun waking up to see what state sim is in. Yeah, you never know. Touch wood, all my overnight long haul streams have been absolutely fine. Great, Ruben, thanks. That 10 left is currently active for landing. Yeah, so they favour 28, and there's variable winds at the moment, but it's forecast to become easterly, so it's probably easier just to stay with the runway, because changing a runway at peak times causes a lot of disruption. Another reason as well, in Dublin in real life, runway 28 left, they're doing construction works. I think during the day it has a display threshold with a non-precision approach. Hello Yankee 10110, welcome on board. Perfect timing with the sunrise, I know. Perfect. The ferry flight was the perfect flight time for an overnight stream. You've got to remember to have this stream published as a VOD afterwards. has to be less than 12 hours. We've just passed the 10-hour mark, so anything I sort of try and do 7.5 hour break. Stephen, looking forward to another few days trying out the PMDG in 24. Might do a few wind drops. Oh, very good. How long was this flight? 9 hours 45 minutes. Airborne for 9 hours 16. That's been running since we started the timer. Bank angle 25. Chaplain, oh yes. Yes beautiful. So a bit low on speed. Just monitor that. In fact, it should have added. Oh no. When it gets to 258 knots indicated, it'll add. It's not adding thrust to get back on target speed. So let's see if they've got common VNAV working. If I open the speed window. Yeah, so it's stayed in VNAV path. That's good. Just following the path. It'll add thrust now to accelerate back to 273 knots because I pushed speed into vent. Approaching 1 to go. When you've got a restriction, maintain the required rate of descent. However, the NEMAP restriction, by the looks of it, isn't actually putting us low on profile. We actually want to be below 240. So what I'm going to do is keep giving myself descent to the next restriction, which is actually to be level at ASDIR at flight level 80. So I'll set that now. Should better put MCP cam on. 80 is set. VNAV. Guess what? Dublin would be likely to do traffic permitting after NEMAT. Guess where they'll tell me to route? Most likely direct. Skip out Urk and go to Elbon or Asda. So I'm going to give myself direct Asda, and that's a very realistic clearance you'd receive if it's quiet. Let's see what that does to our vertical profile. 3,000 feet high, as I'd anticipate. So what I'm going to do is leave it in VNAV because we've got common VNAV. VNAV speed's engaged. We'll increase the speed to 310 knots and slowly start extending the speed brake. This will induce quite a high rate of descent, so you're going to be very aware of this when recovering the profile. If you're accelerating with speed brake, you'll probably see 5,000 or 6,000 feet per minute, which is on line operations. It can happen. You've got to be very aware of your cleared level. Outside, it doesn't look that strange. You wouldn't notice this as a passenger. Oh, could you hear my daughter? And then we can tell the FMC we want to descend at 300 knots. These sounds now are great. During the climb the sounds are weird, but this sound now, the airflow is perfect. Yankee, my ears would be hurting at this rate of descent if it was unpressurised, but look, absolutely fine with a pressurised aircraft. Belts coming on, which they already are. And we can now slowly start stowing the speed brake. I'm going to close the speed window. And we're back on path nearly, so we'll see speed convert to path. Bang on the speed. VNAV path. I've stowed the speed brake completely. Listen, yes. Don't make me laugh. Make me cough. No, generally not really. The outflow valve will automatically adjust itself to ensure sufficient rate of descent. You can't descend quick enough. Cabin altitude is 4,000 feet, so 4 minutes you could depressurise a player airplane at 1,000 feet per minute. It always limits it to no more than 1,000. So now we're back on an idle path descent at 300 knots. About to Asda. Other supermarkets available. Great. So after Asda, Well, we won't make this turn to a Kiva because, again, if you look on flight radar, you won't see an aircraft coming in for Northgo like this at this time of day unless it's really busy. So after ASDIR, we'll sort of coordinate a shortcut or give myself a vector to IFBAP initially. I'll probably do that in about 2 minutes' time. But you'll find that VNAV won't change because the restriction at 80 is the same. So look, imagine Shannon said, look, we're supposed to Dublin, you're number 1. After ASDIR, you can route direct to IFBAP. They'll coordinate that with approach. So that would be a typical clearance. If it was busy, of course, you stay on the point merge arrival. So look at that. Well done, PMDG. It's a great add-on, but not perfect. Why has it done a loop? That's not what happened. It's just meant to be a simple right turn from ASDIR to IFBAP. It looks like the FMC wants to do a loop 270 degrees. So it isn't without its bugs. What's happened there? We just give myself ASDIR on top again. That's a bug. It's a victory loop. It's one final hurrah before landing. Yeah. It wants to circle the supermarket. Come back round. Alright, well, just so we don't have any issues with the add-on. Just before ASDIR, I'll go direct to IFBAP. There is Dublin on the nose. Excuse me. PC doesn't want to do its final landing, it wants to fly a little longer. Oh, poor PC. Yeah, that's a bug. Why is it done that? ASDIR in a route like this instead of just going ASDIR right turn to IFBAP. I've never seen that before. Strange. What a beautiful morning. I'll show you something cool, guys. So what I can do is after ASDIR, I want to go to IFBAP. If you have a look here, you've got this track of 265. What I'm going to do is put IFBAP on the top. On the intercept course, put 265. Let's go into heading for a second. Heading select, execute. And all I've done is extend the magenta line out. So I'm actually doing the exact same track. I can now engage LNAV. Oh gosh, I mean to use my physical MCP, not the mouse. And it will now make an intercept and turn right for you without changing the track. It's pretty cool. Anyway, passing 9-8 flight level 80. Let's do the post-cruise check. So fuel 4 pumps, lights on, angle bank, 25 degrees, pressurization 2.5 set, belts on, recool, engine anti-ice coming on. So we enter clouds. Post checks complete. Ed, you sometimes get that in the MD-80 sometimes. Oh, look, I get that in the MD-80 sometimes when I update the route, taking a shortcut. Yeah, it's probably a way it's coded, or something like that. Want to go? So just go vertical speed 1,000 feet per minute. No ATC as I'd expect this time of morning in Europe. Manchester's online though. Should have gone to Manchester. Nasty IMC. I wouldn't call it nasty, it's just some cloud. Should be good, Larry, should be good. Great. Alpaca 01, Dublin, descend 4,000 feet. QNH is, what was it, 1007 I think? Press the magic B button. Oh, I need to go back to Barrow on my, sorry, hectopascals on my selectors, so that's set. Magic B button, 1004, there we are, passing 8,000 feet, 4,000 feet. Standby altimeter is set. Did we have the fuel to get to Manchester? Yeah, we would have been okay, 3.1. Oh, look, there's a tiny gap. Perfect. Then you'd have to work out if 80 is going to give you a shortcut on base. And you'd ask how many track miles you have. Stephen, typical winter morning in the UK. Don't say that. Ireland. Typical winter morning in Ireland, Stephen. Level change. Magic B is not magic, it just sets the current QNH to your position, not the airport fare. What's QNH in Dublin? 1005. I'll change that now. There we are. So getting slightly above path, that's fine. That is. I better do some advisory. Dublin traffic Alpaca 01's left hand downwind runway 10 left. I'll just see where the traffic is on VATSIM. Alright, cool. So, oh crikey, we've got Sasha coming in at exactly the same time on base leg. I'm going to go first. Right, I'm a bit high. Right, if I start slowing down now.
Dublin traffic, Alpaca 12, I'll extend my outbound and then coming behind you, Dublin traffic.
Roger, Alpaca 01. Perfect, thanks Sasha. Right, so what we'll do, we'll let the speed brake out. And we'll take a cheeky little shortcut. So we're a bit high. 6,000 feet downwind, you want to be a little bit there. If I go flat 1 and flat 5, maintain 220 knots. Flat 1, straight to flat 5, I'll take that shortcut now. Execute. Quickly come back on path. Flat 5, 220 knots speed brake is a lovely drag config. 1 to go, so we'll start reducing the speed to 180 knots. Pitch up the aircraft. Oh! It had a little wobble again, the FMC. Did you see that load change? Something went weird. Yeah, look, something strange has gone off with the coding again. Look at that. What's going on with the FMC this morning? I'll stow the speed brake. We should be all fine for the vertical profile now. Vertical speeds, use VS to finesse. Not sure what the path is showing me so low. I'm not that low. I'd say I'm actually quite close to being on path. Alright, well imagine the final clearance. Where are we going? Where are we going, PMDG? Interesting. I'll give myself a heading now, guys. So heading 135, descend 3,000 feet on the heading, cleared ILS 10 left. And now I just use VS to stay on the glide slope. Beautiful. So Sasha's extending downwind, great. Excuse me. Awesome. Listen a minute, is that hissing noise the flaps? No. It's I believe it's a window drain hole. There's not much information about it, but you get this just before sort of the approach. You get this hissing sound. I think it just differentiates pressure with some sort of exhaust valve. That's one for the engineer, but I've always been so curious about that sound. So book the flat 5 speed now. Wasn't really concentrating there, so I'll just get back on the glide slope. Checks. Nice little headwind on base. Right, correct sensing, 10 miles, wind and dot, low on the approach. The speed drag modelling on this is really good, it's really close to the real thing. Localizer alive. VNAV's gone. Well, to be fair, that should be 3,000 feet. No, actually, I don't know what's happened to the path. That's completely gone berserk. 1,400 feet low? Localizer alive, localizer capture. What's happened to the PMDG VNAV? Just approached 3,000 feet set. We should be bang on path here, not 1,800 feet low. It's completely broken now. Oh, just like that, we're now perfectly on path. What on earth happened to that? I don't know.
2,500.
Alpaca 01, Dublin traffic. It's fully established. Oh, there's 10 left, 8 miles. Flap 10, speed's not really dropping off. Oh, Larry, yeah, the range on an MT-737 is very impressive. Wow, look at that. I'm just going to get rid of the MCP now. Bring that up on a second when I disconnect.
Kilo, inbound as 39 miles per hour.
That looks brilliant.
That's less than wave 10.
How cool does that look? It's absolutely perfect. Because we're so light, our VRF is very low, we're actually doing a sensible speed for this position. Yeah, I think there was a weird loop thing going on in the FMC again. Looking good. Well, let's not screw this landing up. Looks like the approach into Palmer. Yeah, it does actually. Very similar to 2-4 right. Oh, sorry, 2-4 left and 2-4 right. Don't forget to set the order breakers. Discussed order break 3. Right, there's 4 miles. Gear down. Flap 15. Match the speed. Landing checklist. Start switch is continuous. Engine anti-ice can come off. Recall checked. Speed brake. Arm green light, landing it down to green, auto brake 3 set, holding it flat. Flat 30. Variable 2 knots on the ground, apparently. Flaps, 30 green light. Lights on. Clear to land, check is complete. Happy days. Right. Pitch and power this way, well, the thrust is going to be much lower than what you're used to, typically 57% at 60 tons. Probably around more 50 now at this gross weight. Here we go, guys. Disconnecting auto throttle. Disconnecting auto pilot. We'll go for idle reverse.
500.
What I mean, this sim looks absolutely fantastic. Aircraft's flying really nicely with just lots of little small inputs.
400.
Wow, so light.
300.
Checked. Correcting speed.
Plus 100.
Checked.
Minimums.
Continue.
200.
Because we're so light, we'll end up checking quite late in the flare. Correcting 3 reds.
100.
Checked.
50. 40. 30.
Check.
20. 10.
Whoa. Oh, there we are. Speed brake up. Reverses. Just idle at this weight. Lower the nose. 100 knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. Manual braking. Auto brake disarm. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dublin. Fantastic. Oh, it's so light. We can vacate at November 4 as we discussed. No problem at all. Stow the reverses. Bit fast vacating. Dublin and travelling up back 01 vacated 10 left, November 4. And that marks the last landing on our PC. Beautiful. This is the MK Studio scenery for Dublin. Very nice indeed. And as we discussed, we'll take November, park on a remote stand over here. We don't have any passengers on. This is a delivery flight before the aircraft's entered into service. It needs to be checked out by the company, fitted with all of the cabin elements, and then it'll be flying tomorrow on its first chartered service. Great. Oh, I know what I forgot to do is GSX stand. So what we'll do is flaps up. What I'll do is fire up GSX and we'll use the map to select a stand. You won't see it unfortunately because it comes up on a new window, so select from map. I do have the map open in the background. What I'm going to do is check one of these remote stands in the corner So 105 right. What I can't see here. I've selected stand 53. Select. Request follow me. No. Let's have Aer Lingus Ryanair. Let's have Sky Handling Partner. Whoever they are. Good. I went for stand 53. Which is right here. Selecting on the map is great. So we'll take Kilo next. Oh, we need some music, nice sad music for the end of this PC. You've served me well. 4 years of headache-free streaming. Let's do the clean up after that 9-hour, 36-minute flight. Thrust levers are closed. Transponder out off. Trim 4 units. Fly director's off. I forgot to do the replay, guys. 100 knots. EV's on for taxi. Start the APU. Turn off weather radar. Nose wheel scraping, very nice. Hell of a way to say goodbye, yeah, absolutely. A couple of years ago, got to fly on a new one that was just delivered the night before to Dublin. Very cool breakhead, very nice. Awesome. I should bring up my sound pack or the music. Find some sound, sad music on my Epidemic Sound library, which I pay a lot of money for, royalties for use. There's Andy I can hear on VATSIM. Alright, genre. What should we have? Sad? Search my mood. Sad. End of the PC. Here's a sad song apparently. Emotional. A sad string quartet. Here we go. Bye bye old PC. You've done us well. Oh, it's sad. Old PC retired. Never to be seen again. Where's the water salute? Everyone salute in chat. Old PC. You've done so well. We love you. Thank you. Thank you for hours of entertainment to the flight sim community. What? Oh. It's crying one more time. Oh dear. 53. Is this the one I chose? Yes, it was. Oh. I want to stand one more time. Yeah, I'm done with that. Wait. If it says wait, slow down. There we are. Okie dokie. All the belly landings and sim crashes witnessed so much emotional baggage. However, the new PC will be here on Monday. Exciting times. Perfect. And we have stopped. Happy days. That one's not happy, but that one is. We'll go off that one. Right. Parking brake set. 2 blues, 1 red. Engines dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dublin. Ferry flight from Boeing Field. 9 hours, 40 minutes ago we took off. Incredible flight. Very enjoyable. We'll do the full shutdown flow. Seatbelt signs off. Verify reduction in N2. Cabin crew door spanning cross check, of which there's none. Let's get GSX connected.
What a delightful surprise. I'm so grateful for the upgrade. This is going to make my flight so much more enjoyable.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, ladies and gentlemen. A stowaway on my flight. I'm quite surprised it didn't jump out the nose wheel door like in that movie when he's on an MD-11. What was that all about?
The boarding requested.
I didn't expect that. Right, full shutdown flow, sorry. Pumps on. Probes off. Electric hydraulic pumps off. Verify the N2 is below 20%, which it is. Anti-coil off. There we go, check's complete. Right then, we'll get the ground power connected. Set chocks. Oops, it was a bit slow. I'll press remove chocks again. Set chocks. There we are. Commando, that's it. Sounds like it was giving you whatever. Oh, I just realised my yoke cap's still on. What did I say? Someone said there was an Easter egg after the first long flight, but Arnie, is that what the Easter egg is? Right. Request ground power.
Passenger's bus is coming.
It's part of GSX. Got you. Hopefully GPU over here in a second. There she is. Right, pumps off, APU off. Oops, don't forget to take your start switches off as well. Great. Well, there we are. Alpaca has just come over for maintenance. We're offloading the bags from the ferry flight as well, but there we are. What a fantastic way to finish the flight. Now, because I forgot to do a replay, I can't play the replay music. So instead of having sad emotional music, let me put in upbeat to end the stream. Upbeat. There we go. Uplifting music. Are we ready for the top one? It's called The Squad. Oh yeah, this is much more upbeat. It sounds like the start of that other song. Oh yeah! Sounds like the start of a game show. Amazing. Well, let's end the stream on this music. Well, thank you very much for everyone tuning into another Flight Data Sim live stream. The end of an era for the existing PC. My brand new Chillblast PC arrives. If you really would like to help out the channel, check out this link. Click the link, spec your own Chillblast PC, have a look with the configurator. That would be greatly appreciated. But no, the old PC, oh look, there's the stowaway passengers. The old PC has served me incredibly well, very pleased with it. I'm happy to be getting another PC from Chillblast. But the PMDG 737 is acting flawlessly on this ferry sector from Boeing Field to Dublin. But once again, thank you for everyone that tuned in. And for all the generosity and for all the members, thank you very much for your continued support as members. Really appreciate it. But that is the end of this live stream. The next one will be on my brand new PC, hopefully on Christmas Eve. It doesn't arrive for another day. I'll hopefully have to get it all set up as quickly as can, and I'll see you then. If I don't see you before the 23rd, I hope you have a great Christmas, and I'll see you all on the next live stream very soon. Cheerio!